the avatar systems and all those kind of other things, there has to be, so there is a reason why you'll be doing it. Are you guys aware of Skyroot? Shame on you guys. So come on, India's the first private sector rocket which actually hit the space, came from Hyderabad. Pawan, right? So amazing guys. I love them. I love what they're doing. Imagine they're working in collaboration, right? They have 10 scientists sitting in America, 15 scientists sitting in Hyderabad, 5 scientists in Bangalore, 2 scientists in Bombay, and so on and so forth. Now they want to discuss the, the thruster systems or something like that. There is no other better way than immersive world. I'm not getting into the metaverse per se, because I'm going to the Facebook's horizon definition of metaverse right now. You bring the whole system right here, possible with video format or PPT format or format. So working in collaboration in these kind of scenarios is absolutely no brainer. I still don't call it a true metaverse because of my definitions and stuff like that. And soon the world is also kind of differing, more. I have seen your platform just now, pretty brilliant stuff. That is actually fit into my definition, where people are coming, creating, building on their own, running on its own. That is the power of that thing, interoperable chain where things are moving back and forth without your interference. There is no authority on that, permissionless environment kind of. So these are like complicated words to confuse the people sitting here. But going back to that still fits into my thing. But yes, working in collaboration in all those kind of things. If I want to discuss any master plan, even tactical forces tomorrow, they can bring all the kernels, all the Faujis from different places and stuff, and they can actually do the tactical planning right here itself. There is no better way to do the tactical planning than in an immersive world, where multiplayer immersive social world basically. So yeah, so it's definitely it's absolutely no brainer. Like you're gonna see more and more use cases. I still don't buy my Mark Zuckerberg's solution, but still, thank you.
Yes, definitely. Even I work in Unreal, so even I work in a 3D like collaboration way, and it's amazing. It's one of the best things, and it's useful. It's very, very useful for even especially for designers. Yeah. So my next question goes to you. What role can cryptocurrency and the blockchain holds in the metaverse? Like what exactly?
Blockchain is the backbone, right? So it's running on, that's the soul of a true metaverse, as I'm speaking, and that's why off the chain metaverses are not metaverses for me. Again, I'm biased, but I'm biased because I took a very calculated decision when it started. I could have gone with the off the chain metaverse also, which is off chain kind of thing, because that time that was easier for me, coming from the Unreal background, coming from game background and all those things. Build an immersive world, add VR and say, hello, here is my metaverse, right? It's as simple as that, what Horizon does and all these guys do. So I don't think, so blockchain remains, because we are talking about interoperability, we are talking about NFTs and utility based NFTs. We are talking about how we can actually earn money, how we can spend money. Of course, that can be switchable to the, money is always bringing the crypto part, but not necessarily. In our system, we have a Razorpay system and ETH system as well. So it's a bullion. We set it to, okay, take fiat currency, it does fiat currency. So crypto, I won't say at this moment, just to be safe and just because it's getting recorded, and I don't want, government officials to knock my doors again, is a choice. But blockchain is the soul. You can't live without that, so.
Perfect. So at the end, actually, I wanted to ask you, what was your lessons in this journey, the translating from the gaming industry to a metaverse industry? Okay. Yeah, you definitely. Even I agree, metaverse is nothing but an expansion of a gaming industry. But like, if you see what challenges you faced in the transitions, yeah.
Oh, so very interesting question though. Sorry, that was just a joke. When you're making a game, What defines the game? The rule sets, right? You are playing by the rules of the designer, not by your own rules and stuff, right? It's even though you're playing Far Cry or you're playing Elden Rings or you're playing Witcher, where tons of options are there, all the options are provided by one guy somewhere, sitting somewhere, right? He is the core guy, right? So consider this like my house rules, right? Versus the minute you step out, right? The things you can do and you do, right, are your choices. There are so many choices you make, so many things you do, and that's why I hate some of the. Have you played Riders Republic? Recently got to know. Just in case if you want to keep using their bikes and stuff, you need to keep paying them 2,000 rupees every year. Like why? Like why should I do that? I bought the game, right? So we all know how Ubisoft and all these guys have lost the plot with in-app purchases, even in the console games and stuff and all. But still, the rules are defined by someone. Now I'm talking about a Wild West, right? You come in, you do whatever shit you want to do, right? You want to make money, you decide the rules of making money. Instagram. There's this guy, Trevor, right? Golden Retriever dog. Makes $5 million a year. Right? Banana and 5 million and 5 crore, sir. 5 crore. Sorry. But a year. Dog. Right? So my dog sleeps. So, but the thing is that interesting aspect here is that it's giving you a platform, where people are taking decisions and doing whatever they want to do, right? Similarly, in Metaverse, I had to think from that point of view. What all possibilities I can provide that people feel that they can do pretty much everything, but still be somewhere under my governance, be the god, be the government, right? Where tax lenge, they cannot commit certain crimes. So I'm doing the policing part right now a little bit, but people don't realize. Van Heusen recently opened a store in my metaverse. It was their choice what kind of store they wanted to open. It was their choice. It was their choice to bring in the band also for the opening day. Of course, band part was done by us because we have not handed over that tool yet to the people. So we did the showbaji and all those things, but we are in November also. We are also handing it out to like your 4 friends. One guy can go and drum, one other person can hold the guitar. You can create your own band with all the aesthetics and everything. One click particles, one click this, one thing click this. So it's a wild west. So thinking of all possibilities or kicking out all the possibilities and letting them do whatever they think is possible is the power of metaverse and what the power so that required a lot of understanding and everything, and still I won't say that we have even scratched the surface. We're working with 240 plus brands right now. We have a very decent 180,000 daily active users coming on our plate. To the entire thing, yet we are figuring out. It will take 5 years probably. Then we'll call ourselves whatever launcher for their devices and stuff. thanks for the invite for this lovely event, especially the gaming weekend, because it's one of a kind. Haven't heard something like this, and so I got to meet some of the amazing gaming startups and movers and shakers here. High energy, pretty good turnaround, and great concept to continue with. So yeah, it was fantastic, and all the more largely because I happen to be here at E-Galleria Mall, which is like very techno mall, and that also gives me I would like to congratulate, because it's not something easy for anybody to get tempted not to bring Shopper Stop and lifestyle and all those kind of brands and focus only on the technology aspect, and the bringing only the brands, focusing on technology. And at the same time, I was there at T Hive, which is like, again, in like you don't get to see these kind of places in a mall. So amazing concept, greatly executed, and I definitely wish them all the best to continue kicking some asses here. And at the same time, congratulations to the event organizers of the gaming weekend for pulling off this fantastic event in such a short amount of time. And that shows the power of Hyderabad ecosystem, because you just call and people are available. So yeah, congratulations, thank you very much.
I had a great time in this event. Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event was pretty amazing. Go Digital Now was the sponsor of this event, and they were very helpful with everything. We had a great time telling about game. We got great feedback. So our name of the game is Elemental. You guys have to play it. And once again, thanks a lot to Go Digital Now and also Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event. Thank you very much.
So we are here at Hyderabad Gaming weekend, and I think we are having a great time. A lot of people are actually completing our game. So we are showcasing Occult Chambers today and for the past 3 days, and we are having a good time. And thank you for Go Digital for
conducting this event, and we are very thankful for the organizers to have such a good event.
We're organizing the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, and this is the first edition of the gaming weekend, and we have like amazing startups in the area of gaming here. It's a 3-day event filled with a lot of fun, entertainment and learning. This event consists of exhibition of games. It also has interesting panel discussions in the area of gaming, metaverse, AR, VR, and also an interesting series of pitches by startups to raise funding. So Go Digital Now is very proud to conceptualize and create a platform for gaming startups in the ecosystem, and this is the first edition of the gaming weekend. And Go Digital Now is a venture studio that helps startups from their 0 to 1 journey, and we are pretty much upbeat on the industry of gaming, and hence conceptualized the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend. And the idea is to create a platform for all the startups in the area of gaming in their journey, of course, and not just only in fundraising, but give them the mentoring, the services and required stuff for the startups to kind of become successful in their journey. So once again, I think welcome all to the weekend. This is a free event where people can come join, and learn from various gaming startups if you are a gaming enthusiast, and more importantly have fun. So thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Praveen from Disobey. We are coming up with a new streetwear and sneaker brand through a game. So players need to play this game to win exclusive collectible items. And we really thank for Go Digital Now and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity to present over here. From last 2 days we got amazing traffic, and a lot of people visited our counter and downloaded our app and gave amazing feedback. This would have been possible if we ever did online. With this physical approach, we actually could record the expressions and the feedback, real-time feedback of the players. That really is a great feedback that we will take forward and improve our game. Thank you for the opportunity again.
I am a part of Hyderabad Gaming Weekend from the day one. I like the concept how they are supporting gaming startups and coming here and showcasing their old games. So I love that concept. So I supported in a lot. So I wish everyone, I wish that everything like this event happens regularly, every month, every week, I'll be happy to join. Anyone is doing like this. And second, this it is well executed event where everyone is like having a smooth good thing. There's no too much crowd, but there is not too less as well. It's a perfect balance. And I like to give a thank to Kashyap who organized it, Go Digital Now, and E-Galleria Mall to give the space. And I want to wish thank you to my friend Sai Teja. He helped me to connect with these people. And thank you so much.
I'm here at the gaming weekend in Hyderabad at E-Galleria Mall. Fantastic job done by Kashyap and the Go Digital Now team. Over the last 2 or 3 days, have met some amazing startups building some amazing products here. Now I really understand why people say that Hyderabad is literally leading the wave to take India global. It has been an extreme pleasure by connecting with all these amazing minds here, the young folks who are literally defining the space of gaming. And yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be visiting here more and more and collaborating very closely with a lot of folks here. And yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Kashyap, for inviting me. It has been a pleasure.
This event was an amazing event, like Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, the first ever gaming weekend. It's a very big opportunity for small startups like us. I would like to thank Go Digital and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity. We have got a lot of feedback for our games, and also we were able to meet potential investors. I'm very happy to be part of this. Thank you very much.
We are working on a Desh VR, which is an Indian tourism-based metaverse, where you can have an explore to the different places, like a landmark like a Hyderabad, like Charminar, and also the most exhibited place and popular place in exhibition of Hyderabad is Nampalli. So where you can have a virtual walkthrough and have a virtual experience. And this weekend, the weekend which I had the gaming weekend, which make it like a cool experience, and we got exposed to a lot of users, and very then curious about knowing about a game, and has been seen what we are doing for the future. And it has been a great weekend which is connected by the Go Digital Now, and it has in the E-Galleria Mall. This was a wonderful experience for us, and we with our team we had a lot of enjoyment, and we got a good response from them, and thank for this giving an opportunity.
Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology is a India #1 gaming college. We established that in 2010. We are offering 4-year duration bachelor courses, 2-year duration master course, 1-year duration advanced diploma courses in game art, game design, game programming, and AR/VR technology. We are completely with industry mentorship, and Backstage Pass is equipped with its in-house incubator, level 2 games. Students are exploring their skill and doing all the experiments as part of the course to develop the games, to learn from the industry experts and all. And about this Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, thanks to the E-Galleria Mall and Go Digital people to host this event. We are the educational sponsor for this event, and it's a good initiative, and it's really helpful to the startups and students and parents community to create the awareness about the industry, job prospects, etc.
హైదరాబాద్ గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్ దగ్గర మా గేమ్ షోకేస్ చేసుకోవడానికి మాకు ఆపర్చునిటీ వచ్చింది. ఇట్ వాస్ సచ్ అ వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. 3 days చాలా బాగా వచ్చారు క్రౌడ్. వీ గాట్ రియలీ గుడ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్. అండ్ సో మై కో ఫౌండర్ ధీరజ్ చెప్పు. సో this Tanuj our lead Unity programmer. This is Pawan, he's our 2D generalist. This is Raghu, our 3D generalist, and this is Sahas, he's our lead game design playtester. So Sahas, you have any words to say about the event?
The event was fun. Lots of people came. Lots of fun. All of these games are really nice. So more events like this have to be organized.
సూపర్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. సో వీ హ్యావ్ హ్యాడ్ అ రియలీ పాజిటివ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. చాలా మందికి ఇలాంటి గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్స్ చాలా ఇంకా కండక్ట్ చేస్తే మా లాంటి కొత్త స్టార్టప్స్కి చాలా హెల్ప్ అవుతుంటుంది. ఇట్స్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ అండ్ ఆల్సో లాట్ ఆఫ్ కమ్యూనికేటింగ్ అండ్ సోషలైజింగ్, నెట్వర్కింగ్ ఆల్సో చాలా బాగా హెల్ప్ అయింది. కొన్ని ఇండస్ట్రీ వెటరన్స్ రజత్ గారు, కపిల్ గారు వీళ్ళంతా కలిసి వాళ్ళ ఇన్సైట్స్ వినడం అంతా కూడా మాకు చాలా బాగుండింది. సో వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అ గేమ్ కాల్డ్ ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, ఇన్స్పైర్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ ఇండియన్ కల్చర్ అండ్ ద ఏన్షియంట్ స్క్రిప్చర్స్. సో ఇది చిన్నపిల్లల నుంచి పెద్ద వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఒక మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ టు యాక్చువల్లీ ఫన్ ప్లే. ఇట్స్ అ మల్టీప్లేయర్ గేమ్. ఒకరినొకరం మనం బెటర్ చదువుకుంటూ కాంప్లెక్స్ గేమ్ ప్లేతో పాటు సింపుల్గా ఉండే గేమ్ని కూడా మేము తయారు చేస్తున్నాము. దీని అంతటితో పాటు వీఆర్ ఆల్ కమింగ్ ఈ ఇయర్ ఎండ్ కల్లా మేము మీ దగ్గరికి రిలీజ్ చేయడానికి వస్తాము. ప్రస్తుతానికి కరెంట్ టెస్టింగ్లో ఉంది. సో గైజ్, ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, వీఆర్ కమింగ్.
It has been a wonderful opportunity given by eGalleria and Go Digital Now, and we have been using it to the full extent. You know, a lot of people visited our stall out here, and it has been a very, very wonderful experience to see our fan base is growing and gamers are playing our game, liking it. I hope that they should focus more on such events in the future. And it would be lovely to part of events like this henceforth. Thank you.
We are experts of Unreal Engine. Okay, so we develop a lot of projects in Unreal. So we also do some clientele works. But yeah, our major focus is our own game called Tridasha. So the game is all about two brothers going on an adventure and trying to explore the mysterious island and how a siblings fights. That's what we want to show that in our game. So that's the simplest way I can say you about the whole story. But yeah, apart from that, there's also one of the unique selling point for especially for this game is like we are trying to connect the beliefs of the history of the India and trying to convert that into a gameplay. Okay, like you will just be a part of a journey of that belief, and that's what we want to focus on that in a very narrative way. No, actually we will be we are currently in a very early stage of POC. So we are developing our first public demo and it will be live in next 6 months. We are trying to target IGDC 2023. So let's hope for the best. So mostly the target people will be anyone who likes stories. Okay, and mainly from 18 to 25. That's the major target audience I have, because a lot of over there a lot of people love to explore the stories, and it will be having amazing mechanics and combat systems. It will also have some magical elements, so people love to fight with magic. Yeah, sure. I will just try to make you understand with the one situation. Okay, so in start you are going to find a stone called Antaryami. Okay, so Antaryami means inner witness. So how you achieve inner witness? By fighting inside within yourself. Okay, first you have to fight within yourself and try to capture your soul, try to control it. So in a game you will realize it, you are going to fight with the soul, and before you achieve the soul form you will try to we will make you understand how difficult to just winning your own soul. Okay, so once you achieve that, you can use your soul into any format at any combat, and it will be helping you in a very good way, and it will having some disadvantages as well, because it's an RPG. There will be always pros and cons for everything, but yeah, that's what you will going to understand with the gameplay. I was lying down in a bed. Okay, I was in a bed rest for at least around a month or two. So I was in hospital and I got this idea like, why don't we make something related to an Indian beliefs? Okay, personally I'm an atheist, so no offense, I don't believe on God. Okay, but I wanted to showcase the stories of them in a very gamified way, and it should not be like very strict to any specific religion. It will be just a general thing, how you become a divine person or how you achieve that divine position in your life, right? So that's motivated me to start with the concept. Okay, then I was like, to make this concept, the story has to evolve within characters. Okay, and that's how I got two characters just for a reason, because when we have a siblings, right, we have the different connectivity with them. Like I fight with my sister a lot. Like there's no one night I didn't had a fight with her. So that fight is not, it's a friendly fight. It's not going to harm anyone, but we do it. Is the nature of us. So that nature I wanted to showcase in our game. Okay, and that will connect in an emotional level for the people, and as well as the beliefs is just the plus point. They will learn a few things by in a journey. Being very frank, no single person can make this big games. Okay, so we have a team of 6 people right now. Okay, coming from technical art, developers, artists, we have musicians. So recently we have the music as well, the music launch in this year, event only. So yeah, I'm very excited to share that as well. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I want you guys to remember me. I'm Ronak Bagga, founder and CEO of Coolgen Interactives, and do follow us and wait for Tree the Shy. It's coming to your home.
I'm very much amazed. Home elevators has a huge scope. Elevators require regular maintenance for sure. Planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT. And let's understand, they have put one of the stalls here, and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you.
I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And see, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006 when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators, and starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile, and the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest, 100% reusable with 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So, like, if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand it. So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad, you can see per SFT cost in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product where in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right? Absolutely. So the obvious question is, around safety of the of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home. Domestic maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities, let us say flats where there is a maintenance corpus, people spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one, probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe, there are some safety standards. And in our country, you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards which are already there. However, in some states, it is mandated. In our state, it is yet to be mandated. So for now, we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules on to how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also it formed a lift act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully, after these elections, we'll get a lift act as well. So. Yeah, so elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So, Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So, if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for ₹1,00,000? Okay. So no, you will not get an elevator for ₹1,00,000. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about ₹6,00,000 with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about ₹6,00,000. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kohn are our competitors who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. In whole world is looking at Indian market because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like each elevator would cost about, on an average, ₹5,00,000, and if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
you get a better market place.
Yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has better opportunity because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other product that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about, architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically, we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also, there should be some new regulations, and more importantly, advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is, wooden door it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, this is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years, if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving customer, Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material. Like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So, now coming to the event itself, how's been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday, there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about Lift Act, and he said that, he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So the latest technology and innovation that's happening. The FTCCM management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well organized events. And I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you see it?
Okay, wow. It's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that
short time, it's definitely a very short time, because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year, and this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer, so we just a very neutral, not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way, and end of the day, the objective is the same: to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback and what is it and what was lacking, and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
you also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do? So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
and now, as My Startup TV, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups, and I need to ask this question. There's a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the chair, the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity, but then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. Mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over a period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCC again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, Industry Connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI? Both in the expo sector and also reaching out or outreach.
So going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI so that we have enough time for the industry connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year, and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned, and that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year for the first time we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank, and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI, was held from 28th to the 30th of June 2023 in Hyderabad. The event saw the latest advancements in the technology, also provided startups an opportunity to network with industry leaders.
Welcome to the FTCCI Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023. We shall soon commence the inaugural ceremony, and I request all of you to please join us for the ceremony. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana. I also take this opportunity to invite President Mr. Anil Agarwal onto the stage, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, Hyderabad, Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, Hyderabad, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affair, and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, Mr. Dasraya Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, as well as the representative of the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President FTCCI, Mr. Meela Jaydev, Senior Vice President FTCCI. A very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. We also thank Government of Telangana for partnering with the FTCCI for this event. The Expo is supported by Ministry of MSME, Indian Institute of Millets Research, International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Index of Industrial Production, Telangana State Girijan Cooperative Corporation, mystartuptv, T-Hub, PNI Hyderabad, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, Grid Club, and Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, TSIIC. We would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, ICICI Bank, who's our banking partner, Quantum Energy Associate Sponsor for EV, 4 Solar Energy Systems Private Limited Associate Partner for the Renewable Energy, Standard Kitchen for Food Sector, Pokarna, our annual partner, Vishwarni Associate Partner, Nistala Organics, our associate partner, Dana Pani, who is handling the food court, as well as last but not the least, our title sponsor, Greenco. So a big round of applause and thank you so much to all our sponsors and partners who have come together and had this faith in the FTCCI, because this is our maiden exhibition that we are doing. Your feedback is very, very valuable and we will come back to you with that. I now invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, President FTCCI, to give the welcome address.
Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and Joint Managing Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Rao ji, CEO of eHub, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good afternoon and hearty welcome to FTCCI iTex Expo 2023. On behalf of FTCCI, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organization for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, for the special address.
A very good afternoon to you all. Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Meela Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security, and all of you are aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour-based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, a Section 8 company where we do hand-holding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So if someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So if you have time and if you are interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called Nutri Hub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that if there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister, sir, Anil Agarwal ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balaya Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day exactly a year ago we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME Day. Right? So two important dates for all of us. And clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we receive from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming small and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devegala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors, it has been holistic, it has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter, the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this, not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today, you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have big and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry and IT stakeholders who have come together and have supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that our government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to RICH to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits in terms of social impact, are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramana sir repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS iPass, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education or whether it is employment or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. We've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all, and good morning sir, the guests of the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana, the first ever industrial exhibition on the part of FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation, and Telangana as a state achieved so many great things, and we as a passport office Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industrialist, especially from this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we all cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MBA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break, we have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలను సృష్టిస్తాము. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలు ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తూ ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మనుషుల కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇక పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళే అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మనుషులు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించిందంతా మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తాయో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి, ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ, ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకోరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చింది. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు, కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే, వాళ్ళ యువత వేలాది మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని ఈ రంగంలోకి, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి, వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్గా మార్చడానికి, మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్కి సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మన తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐ ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐ కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, exim programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. ప్రప్రదంగా ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగానే ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐ తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారు. సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్తో మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ జరుగుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు టీ హబ్ సిఇఓ గారు అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకుండా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా 4 కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది కేటీ రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసే కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది, అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట. మనకు అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మా సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCI. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent. You will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Great pleasure here participating in this expo. Lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are at day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see the number of people who have visited so far, it exceeded the expectation of the organizers, the companies that are participating here. And I have with me guests who are from Ginny, which is into millet products. And let's quickly jump into Mr. Vishnu here on my left, and then in the red shirt is Mr. Hanmant Rai. And let's understand what kind of products they make and how they're adding value to already the list of existing products that are there, millet-based products that are there in the market. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, sir. It's our pleasure actually being here. Thank you for inviting us. And yeah, as I mentioned, actually, we are from Genie. He's the super stockist actually of Telugu states, and I am the advertising manager. And actually, it's been a great pleasure here participating in this expo. We basically, like you told, Genie is a millet mix product, sir. We are concentrating on millets currently actually. So completely, we have a lot many products. We have divided it on age group wise, methodology wise like that. For adults, we have Genie millet health mix product, sir. And for women strong actually we have for women we have women strong product, and for junior actually 2 to 12 years we have Genie junior product, that's our top product. And actually for infants 6 months to 2 years babies we have Genie infants product. And also we are also having other products, especially Genie millet milk powder we have it. And in Karnataka we have launched like Genie ragi dosa mix, Genie millet dosa mix, Genie millet chapati mix, and we have lot many plans, sir, to come up with millets. And our main concentration is our sales is secondary, sir. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy. Because actually if you are seeing it now, nowadays, especially from the last 40 to 50 years, lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. These terms of longevity issues. Because before 50 years it was not there, sir. Because before 50 years, especially before 1960s, our elder generation, our grandfather or grandmothers, their primary food was millets. They used to eat millets every session actually. All 3 sessions they used to consume millets.
Yeah, but then those days, because millet was grown by, in all across India, and it was easy to access, plus the cost was not a challenge, right?
Yes,
but
sir,
today, when we commercialize the millet product,
yes, of course,
it is out of reach of most people. How are you positioned cost wise? Are you affordable for a lower middle class families, even rural, I would say? Are you affordable?
Sir, first thing, sir, I want to tell it in 2 things. First thing is what you mentioned is absolutely right, sir. Because nowadays actually millet kg, like whatever you take it, like foxtail millet or little millet, it's costlier than rice. But when people start eating millets, then definitely farmers are going to come and they're going to produce more. Because before, if you see it, like those biryani rice, it was actually too much costly. It was like 120, 130 rupees, those basmati rice. They have actually started eating biryani rice and all, biryani a lot. And now the prices has been reduced. I hope that then definitely people are going to understand millets and they're going to start eating millets, sir, because we know it, this 2023 year, like our Narendra Modi, sir, and United Nations, they have declared it as International Year of Millets because they want. And when they announced it, right, 70 countries accepted, sir, because everyone knows the importance of millets. Millets consists of lot many nutrients. Everyone knows it. With millets, we can get lot many health benefits. So that's the reason why 70 countries accepted, and Narendra Modi, sir, also felt very happy, and they have announced 2023 as International Year of Millets. I hope that everyone are going to start eating millets and production will be more. And the second thing, sir, actually we are charging just 396 rupees per kg, sir. Our Genie main product is there, Genie millet traditional mix actually we call it. Also we call it is Genie adult product actually. So we are charging 396 rupees. One can drink actually 60 glasses in a month, sir, 250 ml of glasses. One can drink 60 glasses. One can drink twice a day, morning and evening. So that actually he can drink for 30 days. So per glass actually we are charging 6 rupees like that, sir. But the benefits what you are going to get now, not only protein and fiber, we are going to get amino acids, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, lot many things, sir, micronutrients. We are going to get lot many things. It's like instead of drinking tea or coffee, if you drink not only Genie, sir, any like millet mix, especially that has to be prepared as natural as possible. So if you drink any millet mix now, we would get lot many health benefits.
No, that's very good. You brought up the point of how you make it. So tell us about, for the benefit of the user, the process that you tell us about your factory, the processing unit, and the process itself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, like you see here actually, this is our product, sir. Genie millet health mix, Genie millet traditional mix. Like how we are doing it now, like I mentioned you before, It consists of 9 types of millets: finger millet, proso millet, little millet, 9 types of millets and 15 types of healthy cereals and pulses, sir. So these things, especially millets, these all things actually we are soaking in water for 9 to 12 hours, sir. We are soaking in water for minimum 9 hours, because lot many persons knows that actually with millets they can get lot many benefits, but they don't know, but they doesn't know that how to prepare millets, how to cook millets actually. So we should have to soak in water, sir, for 8 to 9 hours, and after soaking in water, we are drying it in the sunshade, and we are drying it in the sun also for 1 hour, and after drying, and what we are doing, we are roasting in clay pots, sir. So that is the thing, that is the traditional way of approach we are following, because if we roast millets in some steel or aluminum vessels, the nutritional value in those millets will get loose. So that's the reason why we don't want the nutritional value to get lost, sir. So that's why we are actually following the traditional way of making. Like before 60 years, before 1960 also, our elders, they used to cook millets and other grains in clay pot only. So that's the reason why they were healthy. So that's why we are cooking in, we are roasting in clay pot, and then we are grinding it in the stone mill, and then we are packaging it without any chemicals and preservatives, sir. So that's why people started trusting Genie, sir. Like it actually got enhanced in 2021, sir, our product. From 2021 onwards, there has been tremendous sales, sir. Like wherever you see, in Flipkart and Amazon, it's genuine reviews will be there. Even in Apollo Pharmacies, actually, the sale has been extremely good, sir. I cannot tell the figures here. The sale has been extremely good, especially in Karnataka and in Telugu states, Tamil Nadu, and we are planning to place in lot many like stores actually. Currently it's been there in supermarkets, and we've been planning to place in Ratnadeep and other stores also, etc. It's been going good, sir, because it's a genuine product. We want people to consume this product, and we want people to be healthy, because eating white rice and all, it gives actually lot many, what you can say, like it gives some negativities to us, because only we get carbohydrates and fats. We are not going to get nutrients from it. At least we cannot stop eating rice, sir, because it will be difficult.
Yeah. So you talked about using earthen pot for for roasting it. Now there are no industrial scale earthen pots, so the timeline that it takes to roast it would be very high. So what is your capacity today? I mean, given that you use the traditional method, how much do you produce in a month or a day?
Sir, apart from marketing executives and distributors, we have 400 employees in the Genie plant itself, sir. In those 400 employees, actually 150 persons will be there for roasting the millets, roasting the grains in clay pot. 150 women are there, sir. We are encouraging women empowerment also.
So are you also training them, because that requires a separate
we have trained them, sir.
Knowledge of it.
Yes, sir. Basically, they are from village only. So we stay in Yerragunta actually. We make all these things in Yerragunta. So that's in Sira Taluk, and that's in Tumkur district, sir. Our plant is there. And all the, like, at least I can say 95% of the employees are from the same village only. At COVID time, actually, they have lost their jobs. They are forced to leave from their hometown, from cities. So that is the reason why at that time, actually, we have provided them these opportunities, and they know it, sir. So because they are all like village persons, right? And they can roast it well.
They understand.
Yeah, probably our team might have trained them 5 or 6 days. They would have got it, so they would have grasped it so early, and they have been doing it, sir. They know it properly. They are roasting it in clay pot, so like that.
So how has been the experience, at the event?
Yeah, the experience has been pretty good, sir. It's been fantastic, actually.
The response?
Yeah, the response actually from yesterday onwards, sir. And of course, yesterday, like we know, our energy minister actually, yes. Yesterday I was not there, but actually my team has given me this information, and he told that actually, like, I'm happy about this product. I'm happy about the innovation you have. You picked up about millets. We would have picked some other things also. Some, what we can say, some non-healthy, some business-going things we would have picked up. But actually, our MD Dilip, sir, he's actually more concerned about this thing. So, okay, we are doing business, we are accepting it, but actually our primary intention is we want people to eat millets and to be healthy. Millets, everyone has to know like that. So that's the reason why our production is like 6,000 kgs, sir, per day. It's been there like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are in the food processing industry. We are doing seasonal fruit, 6 varieties of seasonal fruit. In India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India. Compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stall.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI. in Hyderabad. We are the day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see, there is a lot of excitement, a lot of B2B meetings happening, and a lot of return value for money for the exhibitors and people who are visiting here. I have with me, my next guest is Mr. Venkat Ramana, who's the managing partner of Foods, Agri Foods. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. This is Venkat Ramana from Agri Products.
Sir, Venkat Ramana garu, tell me about what is Food into? What do you manufacture?
Yeah, we are in food processing industry. Moisture is the culprit for any food decay or spoiling the food. We are removing the moisture by technology is called vacuum freeze dehydration. This technology is being used in pharma industry as a lyophilization. The same technology we are adopting into food industry. This is vacuum freeze dehydration technology. The technology dehydration can be solar dehydration, thermal pump dehydration, but this is we are doing in low pressure and low.
This technology can be applied across any food, or there are specific foods where you can do it?
Sky is the limit in this technology. We can, from egg powder to anything we can do.
Tell us about the products you are doing currently, you are manufacturing or processing in India.
At present, we are doing seasonal fruits, 6 varieties of seasonal fruit and 1 variety of marine fruit, that is prawns. Prawns is the one of the in India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India.
So, if you can talk about the business currently, what is, what's your turnover? Where all the product is available?
Yeah, ours is the startup company, sir. 1.5 years back only we have started. We are searching for exporters and good collaborators also. With the innovative technology, this is excellent technology, I can say. The audience are ready to eat products are there, like ready to eat millets and ready to eat biryanis and all. One Insta food company is there, our contact. They are selling to in airlines. We are concentrating on defense and sailors. They have to. In marine industry, we are exporting to marines in other countries like Japan and all. They are sending in frozen state. There is a chances of developing decay fungus in moisture. This is the best technology, I can say, but time is required for adaptation.
How has been the response at the expo?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stalls and almost we have exhausted jackfruit. Tomorrow I am getting from my factory.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being on the show, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
This is the first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI. I think great opportunity for both the countries. Seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. What I see here is a lot of people, great stall. There's a delegation from Vietnam, and I have with me to share what's going on, how the event went around. President of FTCCI, Mr. Anil Agrawal. Sir, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
So, first reactions, Pala edition, first expo. Tell me what your thoughts are.
You're seeing me, how happy I am. That tells all. This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI, and this is not the first.
there are more to come. And I'm happy that our Honorable Minister Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu has inaugurated this expo today along with other esteemed guests from the state government and from the central government. Mr. Dasari Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, was available, and the kind of response which we see is tremendous. And moreover, there is a delegation from Vietnam, and we have arranged B2B meetings. There were some 100 requests from our participants and the exhibitors to have B2B meeting with the Vietnam delegation. So we are fortunate enough that during the time of our expo, the delegation of Vietnam has visited our expo.
So, sir, I just had a chat with the vice chairman of Xizang province and Mr. Tap. What are the areas you think Vietnam and India can collaborate or work together?
I feel agriculture is the main area which we can collaborate, because we have taken our own delegation to Vietnam some 3 months back, and when we visited there, it was just like India. We were not feeling that we were in some other country, and moreover, they were very friendly towards Indians. And lot of opportunities and synergies do exist between the two countries. Agriculture is one, as I said, and there is pharmaceutical. Lot of scope is there for pharmaceuticals, and also lot of scope for aquaculture also. So I think great opportunity for both the countries, and such type of delegations, if they come India, this is the second delegation which we are hosting from Vietnam. In the recent past, there was one more delegation which we have hosted. And when we visited, we took our delegation to Vietnam. Consul General Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi was very kind enough to host us and make all the arrangements. And we have visited 3 provinces. We had a very good interaction meeting with them, and we signed MOU with all the 3 provinces.
Sir, one of the suggestion that came from the minister was to take this expo into the rural India. I know it's too early. It's only a few hours back, he said. So, what are your first thoughts? Aapko kya lag raha hai?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Actually, as a federation, we are already moving to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. We have done few programs in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. Like we have done one program on women entrepreneurship in Nizamabad, Warangal, Karimnagar, and we have done EXIM program, export import management program in same Nizamabad, Warangal, Khammam. These districts we are reaching now, and I'm confident that we have done one program in Medak also on women entrepreneurship. Response was very good. So seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, not only for our programs on dissemination of knowledge and information, but also we can think of having a small expo, because a lot of potential is there in the districts. Since central government has come out with one district, one product, so there is big opportunity for all of us to develop and to have business opportunities in the districts.
So you also talked about agriculture being one of the key areas between India and Vietnam, and with millets being with millet being the focus area now, millet year. Where do you see that going? I mean, can we make something with that between the two countries?
Yeah, there is a lot of scope, because Vietnamese are also health conscious, and millet being like in the budget, our honorable finance minister said that millet is Shriyan. That means it's God's son, God's food. So I think a lot of opportunities, and seeing the conditions, like we have been to Vietnam, we have seen there, they are typically just like Indians, very friendly towards Indians. So I think a lot of scope and a lot of opportunities are available.
As a FTCC, any roadmap that you're coming up with to push for millet in Telangana?
Yeah, we are planning one program on millet also, and we are discussing with the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and some discussions are taking place, and definitely we'll do one program on millet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Be on
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है। हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए
Right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI, and we're on day 2. I have with me guests who are local Hyderabadi entrepreneurs. Afzal, who's SM Afzal, who's the founder of the company, and his partner, Mr. Mateen. They are also the sponsor for the event. And the company goes by Standard Kitchen Ready to Eat Food. Let's understand what the company does, what kind of food product they make, and how has been their experience being part of the expo. नमस्कार, सलाम अलैकुम, ईद मुबारक आप दोनों को।
आपको भी ईद मुबारक सर।
So अफजल जी, जो स्टैंडर्ड फूड रेडी टू ईट की बात कर रहे हैं हम
जी,
अभी एक नया चैन आ चुका है जिसमें रेडी टू ईट फूड को लेकर काफी डिमांड है। तो आप पहले उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका जो पहले आप कुछ अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएं कि किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स आप बनाते हैं।
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है, बट और भी कंपनीज रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कंपनीज है, बट हमने जो है नॉन वेज में ज़्यादा काम किया है। 100+ से ज़्यादा हम लोग नॉन वेज में प्रोडक्ट किया है। तो जो लोग बिजी लाइफ है, जिसकी लाइफ बिजी है, जो अचानक अगर कोई गेस्ट आ जाते हैं या कोई इश्यूज हो जाते हैं, तब हमारा फूड जो है बिल्कुल 2 या 3 मिनट में आप सर्व कर सकते हैं।
और आजकल तो वैसे भी स्विगी और जोमेटो का जमाना है जिसमें आदमी के पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मतलब बनाए, तो ऑर्डर कर लेते हैं। पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उससे बेहतर ये कि
उससे बेहतर इसलिए है सर क्योंकि आजकल हेल्थ इश्यूज बहुत है, तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए इसको स्टरलाइज करते हैं हम लोग, और अपने प्रिजर्वेटिव ज़ीरो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, ज़ीरो बैक्टीरिया है। तो इसके लिए जो है हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छी फूड है ये। आप अगर फूड लवर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है हैदराबाद में, जो 100+ नॉन वेज में हम लोग प्रोडक्ट लेकर आए हैं।
तो एक बात जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है फूड के मामले में जब हम बात करें, एक तो आपने क्वालिटी की बात कर दी, सेफ्टी की बात कर दी फूड में, आप 100+ प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। आप बता सकते हैं कि मतलब हैदराबाद जैसे सिटी में बिरयानी के अलावा ऐसा क्या प्रोडक्ट जो आप लोगों का जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता है?
हलीम है, बटर चिकन है, दाल मखनी है, पालक पनीर है, पनीर बटर मसाला है, वेज बिरयानी है। ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा है सर, आपको जितना अगर एक आदमी को खाना है तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 300 ग्राम 500 ग्राम में सफिशिएंट हो जाएगा, वेस्ट नहीं होगा। प्रोडक्ट में ये खासियत ये है कि आपको वेस्ट नहीं होगा। जितना आप अपनी मर्जी से जैसा 300 ग्राम का पाउच आप परचेस कर लिए या 500 ग्राम का 1 kg का, हमारे पास 3 kg तक है इसका, तो जितनी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप यूज़ कर लीजिए। इसकी शेल लाइफ जो है 18 मंथ रहेगी और 0 टेम्परेचर में आप इसको सेव कर सकते, तो नो नीड फ्रीज आइटम।
तो ये जो जब भी एक रेडी टू कुक आइटम होता है और जिसमें लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ हो, जैसे आप 18 मंथ्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें फिर प्रिजर्वेटिव का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है।
प्रिजर्वेटिव सर स्टरलाइज करके इसके बैक्टीरिया को हम मार देते हैं, तो ये फूड सेफ हो जाता है, इसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाती है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं है,
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा है जिसमें कि बिना प्रिजर्वेटिव के आप स्टिल लॉन्ग लाइफ दे रहे हैं।
यस।
तो अगला सवाल ये है इम्पोर्टेंट, जो एक फूड लवर के लिए हो जाता है, वो है टेस्ट।
यस।
क्या मुझे वो घर का खाना का टेस्ट आएगा?
बिल्कुल सर। आप जब खाना अगर मैं आपको रेडी टू ईट का फूड प्रोडक्ट का कोई आइटम अगर आपको मैं पेश कर दूं बताए बगैर कि ये रेडी टू ईट है, तो मैं आपको 100% बताऊंगा कि आप महसूस ही नहीं करेंगे ये कि मेरी फैमिली में मैं अपना टिफिन बॉक्स खोल के खा रहा हूँ खाना।
कुछ फूड हमने कोशिश किया रेडी टू ईट, खासकर जो पैकेट्स में आती हैं, तो उसका एक अलग सा टेस्ट निकल के आता है
जी,
है ना वो है। अच्छा, अब मतीन जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, करंटली आप लोगों का मार्केट साइज कितना है? मतलब कितना आप किस किस जगह में आप अपना बेच रहे हैं? क्या वो सिर्फ हैदराबाद में है या ऑल ओवर इंडिया है, और कितना टर्नओवर है आपका?
So right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart, and all social media, all platforms. अभी जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, हम इसको और दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी ले जाना पसंद करेंगे. अब वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेडिशनली हैदराबादी स्टाइल फूड, वेज एंड नॉन वेज में है. आपको जो है इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स का जो हमारा टारगेट है, मुंबई को कवर करना है, दिल्ली को कवर करना है, इन फ्यूचर आपको मिलेगा.
तो क्या किस तरह का मॉडल आप कर रहे हैं? क्या फ्रेंचाइजी होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपॉइंट करेंगे या खुद का आपका आउटलेट रहेगा? क्या मॉडल लेके जा रहे हैं?
Everything is not possible by a single company. We will appoint some distributors and they will look after it.
Would you like to share for the benefit of people out there, our viewers, and probably out of them some potential business owners who might want to become your distributor, as to what would be the terms? अगर आपने कुछ डिसाइड किया हो कि अगर कोई आपका डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बनना चाहता है, if somebody wants to become your distributor, what could be the basic terms and investment required?
Yeah, basically if they are going with which segment first, non-veg segment, veg segment, or sweet segment, or ready to cook segment. We are having 4 segments. It depends upon which segment they would like to go state wise. So we can give them like 30 to 35% and this thing.
And what kind of investment they have to do?
They have to make a minimum of 5 CR.
5 CR.
Yes.
So that is for stocks or for setting up the factory?
No, that is for stock. Setting up is everything is different. We'll provide them everything, complete support, marketing support, and offline support. Whatever support they require, we'll provide them.
And currently, in how many cities are your products are available?
Currently, we have in Telangana, and we are working with the Mumbai-based company and Delhi-based company, and we have already exported our product to Canada and Saudi also. You can check out in YouTube on our channel. It has been placed in multiple supermarkets. All videos are available.
So, अफजल जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी आपका जो अगला, क्योंकि आपका 100 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो आपने जो सेटअप किया होगा फैक्ट्री सर, वो भी काफ़ी एक, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह का सेटअप है आपका, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है आप लोगों के फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में?
फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में जो हम लोग अभी तक जो है 15 CR तक इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं. बट ये टेक्नोलॉजी जर्मन की टेक्नोलॉजी है और डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारा न्यू फीचर्स आते रहते, उसको चेंजेस लाना रहता. जैसा पैकिंग मशीन्स है, कुकिंग और रिटॉर्ट मशीन्स, ये सब.
So, क्या इंडिया में कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में आप मिल के काम कर रहे हैं फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, या आप खुद ही अपना इन हाउस डेवलपमेंट करते हैं?
इन हाउस अभी तक तो इन हाउस है, आगे हम प्लान करेंगे अभी.
और आप लोग ये इस इवेंट के स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो आप लोग कैसा रेस्पॉन्स रहा आज डे 2 को?
FTCCI एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा है सर कि जो भी काम शुरू करना है इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करना है, तो अपने आप को इंट्रोडक्शन कराना है, इंडियन मार्केट हो या एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट हो. ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है, इससे हमको काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ. हमको कई इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे कई अच्छे कस्टमर्स जुड़े हैं. मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा FTCCI और ऑल स्टाफ. बहुत स्पेशली वरुण सर बहुत अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव है. वैसे तमाम लोग हमको शुरू से ही, हम जब से मेंबर बने हैं, हमको गाइड करते रहते हैं सर.
चलिए, बहुत मेहरबानी और आपको मुबारक और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फ्यूचर आपके मार्केट के लिए.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch. Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ, tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Thì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có, bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là
để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai Province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27%.
Theo như cái chuyển dịch kinh tế ngày hôm nay và thời điểm hiện tại thì các cái chuyển dịch kinh tế đang chuyển dần ra khỏi Trung Quốc và chuyển dần vào Việt Nam và Ấn Độ, thì ông cảm thấy là cái điều này sẽ tiến tới bao xa nữa và nó sẽ mở rộng như thế nào để tạo ra các cái lợi thế cho Việt Nam?
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch và chúng tôi cũng biết là chúng tôi sẽ phải chuẩn bị những cái gì. Chuẩn bị những gì để cho cái sự chuyển dịch này khi mà nó được chuyển dịch về quốc gia Việt Nam chúng tôi ấy, thì chúng tôi sẽ sẵn sàng đón nhận nó và cùng với các đối tác của mình để phát huy nó trong thời gian tới.
You are in city of Hyderabad and from the Zalai province, what do you see?
Thì bây giờ ông đang ở bang Telangana và thành phố Hyderabad, thì giữa thành phố Hyderabad và tỉnh Gia Lai mình, ông cảm thấy là ở hai cái bên này có các điểm gì mà chung và là những cái điểm gì, lĩnh vực nào có tiềm năng để cùng phát triển giữa hai bên này?
Vâng, ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng, nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này, những điều mà Gia Lai cần, tỉnh Gia Lai cần thì chúng tôi đang ở đây để tìm cơ hội hợp tác, thì tôi thấy bên bang của mình ấy, thì có rất nhiều điều mà đáp ứng được cái nhu cầu của chúng tôi. Tôi nói ví dụ như hồi nãy tôi đi tham quan á, là thấy chúng tôi đang tìm những cái kho thông minh, ấy, để lưu trữ hàng hóa, nhất là chúng tôi có những hàng hóa rau củ quả trái cây để xuất sang các nước khác, chúng tôi cũng rất là cần. Ví dụ thứ hai nữa là đó là cái quản trị về kinh doanh, quản trị về doanh nghiệp và các phần mềm về quản trị đấy, thì chúng tôi cũng thấy rất là hữu ích cho đợt chuyến công tác này của chúng tôi.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam?
Thì có những cái lĩnh vực nào mà ông đang cảm thấy là có cái tiềm năng để cho các cái công ty Ấn Độ được vào Việt Nam hay là vào tỉnh của ông một cách nói riêng, và để mà có thể có các cái cửa hàng, công ty và cũng như là để có các cái đầu tư của lĩnh vực đó vào tỉnh của ông hay không?
Vâng, tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà qua tôi đánh giá sơ bộ rồi qua ý kiến của các doanh nghiệp với các ông mà ở các cơ quan đại diện về thương mại ấy, thì từ hôm qua đi bang Tamil Nadu phải không? Hôm nay sang bên này ấy, thì tôi thấy những cái cơ hội mà có thể hợp tác sắp đến ấy, mà có thể qua tìm hiểu mà nó phát huy hiệu quả ngay, đó là cái áp dụng cái công nghệ này vào phát triển nông nghiệp công nghệ cao tại Gia Lai, bởi vì hiện nay Gia Lai là đang hướng vào cái công nghệ cao, nông nghiệp công nghệ cao để hướng tới các thị trường xuất khẩu như Mỹ, Nhật, Hàn Quốc, Trung Quốc.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right?
Thì ngoài các cái về nông sản mà ông vừa trình bày á, thì gia vị cũng là một cái lĩnh vực mà rất là mạnh của Việt Nam, và cũng là Ấn Độ cũng rất là mạnh về cái mảng gia vị. Thì ông có thể cho biết là có một cái tiềm năng hay là một cái cơ hội nào để có thể Việt Nam và Ấn Độ cùng làm trong cái ngành mà gia vị này không?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang thực hiện cái chương trình là phát triển cây dược liệu. Cây dược liệu có thể dùng trong các ngành như thực phẩm này, rồi ngành về thuốc chữa bệnh theo y học cổ truyền của Ấn Độ tôi nghĩ cũng rất là cần, và của Trung Quốc cũng rất là cần, và Việt Nam thì hiện nay đang đang phát triển cái dược liệu. Vâng.
You're at the expo. What's your
Thì hôm nay ông có thể cho biết một số cảm nghĩ khi mà tham dự cái buổi triển lãm hôm nay và cũng là có một số đôi lời với các cái công ty doanh nghiệp Ấn Độ là hôm nay ạ.
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân. Vì tôi bước vào đầu thành phố, tôi xuống sân bay tôi thấy một cái sự ngăn nắp, một cái sự phát triển ngăn nắp của một đô thị phát triển. Và chúng tôi qua cảm nhận ban đầu đấy, chúng tôi rất là tin tưởng vào những đối tác mà hôm nay được chúng tôi gặp mặt. Và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là cái sự phát triển này, sự kết nối này sẽ được phát triển tiếp trong tương lai sắp tới.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups.
Thì tôi xin có thêm một câu hỏi, đó là tôi là từ một cái kênh về các startup, thì có thể nào ông cho tôi biết các cái cơ hội hay là một tiềm năng để mà các startup của Việt Nam và startup của Ấn Độ có thể là hợp tác với nhau trong tương lai không?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi, thì đối với lại cơ quan chuyên môn của Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh, thì Sở Kế hoạch Đầu tư cũng đã triển khai và cũng đã thực hiện nhiều cái hội nghị xúc tiến đầu tư, hội nghị xúc tiến du lịch và đã diễn ra tại tỉnh Gia Lai cũng như ở tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh và Hà Nội. Và vấn đề đó cũng tỉnh chúng tôi rất là quan tâm và tiếp tục duy trì thường xuyên, và mong rằng qua cái cầu nối đó thì doanh nghiệp giữa Ấn Độ và Việt Nam có điều kiện giao lưu và gắn kết với nhau phù hợp với cái mục tiêu của kinh doanh của mình. Trên cơ sở đó thì sẽ đối với lại chính quyền của tỉnh Gia Lai thì hết sức là ủng hộ đối với các doanh nghiệp, đồng hành cùng doanh nghiệp để cùng nhau hợp tác đầu tư phát triển kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai ngày một tốt hơn.
Thank you, Mr. Tep. Thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, sir, and thank you for the translations. Thank you. Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tep, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27% of the share coming there, and India. How do you see this going forward? Do you think this is going to expand further, and where do you think it will, up to what level can we go?
Vâng, chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch.
About this transaction of the China to Vietnam, we have the knowledge about it. We have acknowledged, and then we are working with our businesses and also from the government side point of view, so that we can, when it's directly come to us, we will be prepared and have all preparations for everything of this.
You are in city of Hyderabad, and from the Zalai province, what do you see together as a province, as India, especially with Hyderabad and Telangana in focus? Where are the areas where we can collaborate and work together?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này.
Today I have like walked through a lot of the store in this exhibition, and I've seen that there's a lot of potential to cooperate between Zalai province and Telangana. And for example, I have visited many stores and I've seen that we are looking for some chances to work with more business Indian companies in to have that smart warehouse. To help us to store the vegetable for better time and better quality, so that we can export to many countries in the world. And the second one is that we also need like softwares for business administration, and these kind of two things that the things are very suitable for us, and we are here looking for some very good Indian companies so that we can surely cooperate for future.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam, and especially for your Zalai province, where they can set up shop, and the kind of investments areas where you were looking at investments to come from Indian businesses into your country?
Tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà có tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà
So businesses, they will have to like do more research on that. But from my perspective, from my very prior perspective, I think that one of the things that we can learn and import from India from this kind of perspective is that we can use the high technology in agriculture. So because high-tech agriculture is from Zalai province, we are trying our best to develop this to make better quality products so that we can export these agricultural products to US, Japan, and many other like quality country with high quality.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right? And India is one of the big consumer market. Also, we export process. Is there any scope there that we can work? You see scope between India and Vietnam to work together?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có
Zalai province, for your information, we have the strategy to develop herbals products. So herbals is like one of the most the product that we have strengths, and also we are focusing on exporting it to many countries like India and China, because we think that herbals are very useful for not only in like food eating, but also for creating medicines for the medical purposes also.
You're at the expo. What's your take on, or how did you feel about your experience here being at the expo, and also any message you have for the Indian business community?
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân.
So for your information, when I stepped out of the airport, I've seen that this is a very developed, well-organized city and has a lot of potential for cooperation in the future. And we are very honored to have the chance to meet all the Indian businesses and companies joining us today. And we think that is like the breakthrough and like the kick-off of every like future cooperation in the future.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups. What scope do you see for Indian startups and Vietnamese startups to work together?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
So Zalai province is working very hard on the creating like the platform so that businesses from Vietnam and also India can meet together. Of the startup, we also having like a lot of encouragements for them to go out and meet, and so that I think that from the government side or like from the business side or from our side, we are so hoping so that we can have more chance so that startups can work and come and meet together.
Ag Hub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub BJT-SAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एप्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub PJTSAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country. And this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Dut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to sustainable development goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the sustainable development goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, సిబాక్థోన్ జ్యూస్, జామ్, అబ్రికోట్ జ్యూస్ बनाता है।
నా పేరు శ్రీజ, నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను। ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను। నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను। దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ शेल तोटी तैयार చేశాను।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
Ag Hub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country with the vision to become a one-stop destination for agriculture, education, research and extension. The university has set up Ag Hub, an agri-accelerator that is structured in a hub and spoke model. The university aims to promote rural entrepreneurship among farmers, rural youth and women of Telangana to encourage agri-food startups. The university has already supported over 45 startups, impacting the lives of over 5,000 farmers in the state. The university hosted Gen Y Meet at its campus as part of ongoing series of G20 event in India. The event was attended by thought leaders, stakeholders and entrepreneurs who are working towards ecological and nutritional balance for the state, country and the world. The event started with series of talks with eminent speakers and experts from agriculture sector.
Discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important part of pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country.
As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030 where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture.
I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply to ensure everyone around the world, all of us have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe.
This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness.
These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood. So my request would be that give millet the place the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future.
Is agriculture on the whole an aging industry? When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms.
In the agri-tech system, and certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. Consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings.
We gave that grant to Ag Hub, and also subsequently we gave quite a lot of catalytic capital also. We are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing a wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world.
The panel discussion had attendees from different sectors related to agriculture.
Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the global south, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals.
What would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak.
During the gathering, Jayesh Ranjan, the IT Secretary for the Government of Telangana, talked about how the state is working towards sustainability.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. We spend time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses.
During the event, an exhibition was held featuring startups that were incubated by the Ag Hub. The founders of these startups also shared their experiences with the audience.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh and then Gujarat.
मेरा नाम शुरुल है, मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। अभी हम लोग हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथोन जूस, जाम, एप्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है, जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली।
हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही है तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं।
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to Aghab, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Mosh and Daughters. Here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce with 0 chemicals, 0 preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. I mean, when I came to Aghab, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from, but then we have an excellent team here. They have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
We are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets and oil seeds. Especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to Aghab and to incubate there was in terms of the product development. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder.
And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters, and all are electric driven. And we are the 2 products are already in commercial stage, other 2 products are in piloting stage. We and Aghab are the agri-tech innovation pilots. We are connected through pilots program. We are conducting upcoming pilots with the Aghab.
ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ తోటి తయారు చేశాను. సాధారణంగా నర్సరీలో మొక్కలు పెంచడానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ను ఉపయోగిస్తుంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించే ఆ ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ అనేటివి సింగిల్ యూజ్ ప్లాస్టిక్. వాటి వల్ల పర్యావరణానికి చాలా అంటే చాలా హానికరం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయాన్ని నేను గమనించి నేను ఈ సమస్యకి ఏ విధంగా కానీ సొల్యూషన్ కనుగొనాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మా గ్రామంలో అగ్రవేస్ట్గా ఉండే అధిక మొత్తంలో దొరికే గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ని ఎంచుకున్నాను. ఈ హ్యాగప్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసిండ్రు అంటే ఆ గ్రాంట్కి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిండ్రు.
Chili farmers facing the lot of problems with the thrips, black thrips. It is called as a black thrip. The scientific name is the Thrips parvispinus. These thrips, it is attacked during the flowering stage. So due to this, there is no production of red chili. The bug also, it is resistant to the chemical pesticides. So we are trying to, in India, we are first time we are using the biosurfactants in the different technology. We are the production of the biosurfactant. We are using the killing these black thrips through our biosurfactants, the different technology.
At Transity, our focus is to enable farmer cooperatives, self-help groups, and other foundations to become sustainable agri-businesses. We do this by providing them a digital platform through which they can digitize every element of their operations. And number two, we provide them market access. We have been part of the AgHub cohort for Agri-Tech Innovation Pilot Program. So through that program, we actually got an opportunity to work in the Nizamabad cluster, which is a turmeric cluster. So AgHub has helped us to, through its Krishi Vigyana Kendras and research stations that are available. So we were able to actually get to the ground level, understand the ground level realities, understand what is the expectations over there, discuss about our solution, make changes and refinement, and then kind of iterate on our model.
So we started in 2020 with a supply chain traceability using blockchain. Right now we are a progressive company into the climate tech using Web3 blockchain technology. Through AgHub, we have created a bigger impact for 40,000 farmers in Tandu region, getting their GI, geographical indication for their Tandu dal, what they produce. So this is impacting around 40,000 farmers, improving their lifestyle. This is the biggest contribution.
How to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. My association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us.
He's managed the initial startup years and helped the institute grow through increasing years of visibility. He's ensured financial sustainability, and after obtaining the first ever global AACSB accreditation. He led ISB's global recognition and ranking to the top 20 in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. Very proud that it's in Hyderabad and you've been instrumental in this. And he's also helped in the formation of ISB's second campus at Mohel. Over to you, sir, to take over. Thank you.
I always feel embarrassed by introductions, because the introductions never talk about the hundreds of things that I did wrong and the millions of things on which I failed. So we handpick some of those things. What I will not do is handpick data in this talk, and I'll to I think what I think is the overarching, quick survey of where we are today in terms of the innovation ecosystem. But because Mukta talked about ISB, let me just go back, if you will allow me, for 1 minute down memory lane. When I came to ISB, in ISB, one of the first things we did was that we should focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And there was nothing, those of you who were here in 2003-04, and I think IKP had just about started a few years ago, and it was more there in life sciences. There used to be that big board when you came down the stairs at the airport, which was the first thing I remembered about IKP. But there was very, very little entrepreneurship and innovation here. In the new sector, Hyderabad has always been entrepreneurial about infrastructure, real estate, and pharma and seeds and all those things. But in the new sectors, we had very little innovation. And J. Chaudhary, Satish Andhra and I, we started the TIE ISB Connect to really fast track entrepreneurship in the state. And now when I see the entrepreneurship sector here, I'm amazed at how much this state has really developed and gone. So in some ways, we all focus on the challenges, the problems, the difficulties, but we rarely step back and see how much has actually been achieved. And I think we should all congratulate ourselves as citizens of the city and state for what we have collectively done. So let me now go back to the innovation ecosystem and quick look at the Indian landscape and then bring it down to agri landscape. So we are now, and I think Mr. Chintala has mentioned that we are already the third largest after US and China as an innovation ecosystem. We are somewhere already around 1 lakh startups. Last number I saw was 96,000, but given how many of us don't even register, the real number of startups in this ecosystem must be well over 1 lakh of systems. So that's why. Now, this is also backed up in India. It's not just startups getting along, right? It's backed up by academic institutions, research institutions primarily focused for doing innovation, government support. So there is a fairly large ecosystem behind this whole thing, right? What is now fascinating is that earlier this was only in the 5, 6, 7 big cities. Now what we see is a rapid movement of this into not just smaller cities, but actually into second tier and even third tier towns. So in Telangana, for example, TSIC works on social innovations, and we now see in cluster of villages some really good innovation happening and entrepreneurship happening. So why has this happened? And I think again, we are very good at complaining about our governments and about our, but a lot of what happened in India has happened thanks to the government. DST, DBT, Niti Aayog, all the, leading heavy industries, agriculture, all ministries have really poured in a lot of money, which has really fast-tracked it. At the same time, academic institutions especially have made the fullest use of this and in turn started their own innovation ecosystems. So at the same way, states also have played a very important. So my own state, Telangana, for example, has been a pioneer in developing novel state startup policies, infrastructure support, human capital. I remember, when the minister KTR Garu came actually to my office on the second day of taking over and says, okay, you people have been talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, let's make it happen. I have to admit, it was the first time in my life that I had government pushing me to do faster things than I had ever done. And he talked about, when we planned the whole policy, we said we'll do 3 things. We'll focus on innovation. The USP of Telangana was going to be innovation. Second thing is that innovation must be inclusive. So it must affect all sectors, from farmers to women to school children to rural to everyone. And third, the state will only provide the infrastructure and will rely on the capabilities of the human talent pool that we have to carry it forward. And that has been yet another very powerful reason why this state again has come up to the top tier in innovation. India itself, I think, has come to about 40 from 81 in terms of ranking. So as a country, we have done well, right? Now, agriculture. Coming to agriculture, agriculture obviously plays a vital role, right, in sustainable development. That's at the core of it, food, everything. However, in the agri-tech system, and again, Mr. Chintala covered it beautifully, so I don't want to keep going back into many of the things he said about some of the challenges we have, but certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings. This is not when there is going to be less water, less power, maybe poorer conditions of soil, variable climate. How do we in those kind of circumstances do it? So that's one. Second thing is, in agriculture especially, startups cannot focus on just their profitability. Startups have to focus on the well-being of small and marginal farmers. So a startup which makes a lot of money but does not do a lot for the small and marginal farmer is not playing a societally important role. And I think agriculture startups will have to look at societal benefits as an equal target in order to financial stability. So fortunately, the agri-tech innovation system has also benefited from the government initiatives. We found on Traction some 2,000 agri-tech startups and more than 80 business incubators associated with agriculture and research institutions in this segment, which is very, very impressive. In which we evaluated almost 2 years ago, right? More than 2 years ago. We evaluated a large number of these and we came out with 86 startups which were very promising and which covered the entire spectrum from inputs, actually from crop planning to inputs to production, which is actually all the harvesting, post-harvest, storage, price discovery, processing and value add, distribution, weather forecasting, cash flow based farmer loans and more. So one great thing that we see about agri-tech innovation is that it covers the entire spectrum. There is no, so if you look at the value chain of agriculture, there is nothing where we say, oops, there doesn't seem to be any innovation happening here. So that's the great found part. And again, that has been helped a lot by the industry, a lot by the government, educational institutions like PJTSAU and others. However, there are still some major challenges why we are not able to. And the big challenge in that is data. There is simply no easy and access to standardized digital agriculture data. Now, agriculture data has its own complications, right? If you look at all the weather and other things, that's central data. It happens to be here in Hyderabad, but it's still central government, atomic energy department data. Then the states have their own data. Then the banks and NABARD and people like have their own data, right? Now, increasingly, some of the startups are actually doing things like taking their drones and going all over and collecting their own data. And then the data definitions across the states are different. Some data is completely missing. Like in many states, who is the actual tenant who is tilling the soil is not known. We know who is the owner, and the owner half the times is sitting in the US or somewhere else and just getting the money that the government gives, right? So we have many challenges. There is not even a standardization, and most of you know that anyway, that there is no standard. When I grew up, there was a film called Do Bigha Zameen. And much later I realized that bigha didn't mean the same thing in different states even. So, and most of this data is manual. So unless we can digitize and standardize agri data, we have a problem. So that's first problem, right? Then for those of us, so if I look back and say, if these are the kind of problems, the second big problem is actually accessing the small and marginal farmer, because access to small, even with FPOs, and by the way, FPO movement is yet another thing that all of us must strengthen. Because when we strengthen that, the small and marginal farmers collectively will have a great opportunity to be able to be equal market players in the ecosystem. Right? So if I stand back and say, therefore, what is it that we need to do? I see that for us, and for us who are enablers of this ecosystem, I see three important factors. One is to create an agri-data stack. And we've seen what has happened to the payment stack. UPI and payment stack just completely transformed. See, the center is already talking about a health stack, which is again a wonderful thing. And already there is beginning of discussions on agri-stack. And agri-stack again will have to have people coming in from the center, from the state, from the startup community, from all of us, from educational institutions and so on. So there is an extremely important contributor to innovation ecosystem will be an agri-stack database. And it will obviously have all the issues of protocol, who can have it. But by now, I think India has got that understood. Thanks to UPI and all the things they have done there, we understand how to use these public, data basis and for both societal goods and so on. The second thing we have to do is to ensure that our government policies actually encourage the adoption of innovation. Many of our agriculture policies, and so if you are going to provide anything to farmers, in each circle you need to go and take approval in many states. That's just ridiculous, right? Given the digital world today, if I do something and get an approval in Bihar, can I use that same thing in Telangana? Or if I get in Telangana, can I use it in UP or Gujarat or wherever it is? How much can we do in terms of, by the way, we do it in medicine. There is no state-wise approval of medicine, but we somehow want it in terms of agri inputs. So how can we do, how can we look and simplify agriculture policies to improve? And third, of course, as I said, is to facilitate the outreach of proven agri-techs to small and marginal farmers for their benefits. And I underline the word proven, and I'll come to it. Okay. So, therefore, we at Rich, anyway, our principal job is to co-develop these ecosystems with others. So, for example, in agriculture, we work with AgHub here, ICRISAT, IIMR, NIN, and so many other research institutions. In life sciences, we work with IKP, CCMB, IICT, etc. In sustainability, we work with IIT Hyderabad, IICT again, and many others. So, what we have seen is that when we all start working together, miracles happen. Okay? So some of the things that are already happening and which I hope we will take even further and do more. I'll just give you 4 or 5 examples just to give you what happens when you do it. So, startups, and startups make claims. Genuine claims, but they make claim. And especially in agriculture, what we find is if a startup comes from the technology side, half the times it doesn't really understand agriculture, right? So how do we validate those claims? So here again in AgHub, WEF and AgHub together have started the sandbox, the agriculture validation sandbox, where we ensure that under controlled circumstances, we actually validate the claims that the startup is making. Because after all, we don't want, as a country and even as morally responsible citizens, we definitely do not want us to be supporting startups which are not delivering or not doing the right things. So that's one big thing that is happening. The second, as I already mentioned, regulations and policy. So once again, we are, and we will include many of the partners here, working with the state government to create policy sandboxes. So if a new policy needs to be introduced, it will be introduced in that limited area in the district or a part of district. We will see how it works. If it works well, then you expand it to a larger area and then across the state and so on. The third, and again I've mentioned, is co-creating the agri stack. And again, we are working with a number of national research institutions, national data institutions. So, National Remote Sensing Center here, the Mahalanobis Center for Agri-Crop Forecasting, and so on and so forth, and the Agri-Collaboratory, in order to commonly create a digital public good. That means data which can be used by everyone, just like the UPI is doing. The fourth thing, and again, so Ms. Chintala mentioned this, we somehow arrogantly think that we are the keepers of knowledge. Our traditional practices in many cases are brilliantly climate resistant. So together with UNDP, we documented 25 climate resilient practices, and Atira sitting there was the lead person who did it, which we have now documented properly and which are now available for scientists to check. So this is actually from the ground practice which, hey guys, do you know that we do it this way? And that sometimes goes counter to what we thought were rational policies. So there are a lot of things that need to be, we need to have this fertilization of knowledge from the field to the science and from science to the field. And finally, of course, making market connect. So between all of us, we are able to obviously ensure that using government offices, we go to the farmers and FPOs, but we also go to other suppliers. So there are many opportunities like this which we have, which will be the new pathways, and that's what our talk was, right? How do we create new pathways to creating innovations? So these are just some of the examples of what there could be new pathways, but given that the market will change, climate will change, new ideas will come, new technologies will emerge, there will continuously be a need for finding those new pathways. And the only thing we can do now is to create strong collaborative networks of all of us, so that together, whenever a problem comes, we can. And we saw that happen in COVID to some extent. When COVID happened, an immediate, instantaneous collaboration of industry, governments, etc. started. How can we perpetuate those? How can we ensure that we don't have to wait for a COVID? How can we make sure that much before it comes, we are ready to do it? So that is going to be a real challenge and opportunity for us as a sector. Thank you. Have a great day.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अंशुया है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त को, जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। 2002 से ज्वाइंट नहीं थी तब मेरी परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थी। जैसे कि मैं पशुपालन काम कर रही थी और एक कैद मजदूर बहन थी। जब मैं नई सेवा में जुड़ी थी तब मैं घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, बहुत मुश्किल काम था। लेकिन जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरा बहुत सारा शक्ति विकास हुआ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है। जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली कि जो हमारा जो किसान भाई था वो बाज़ार में जाते थे तो वो बचौटिया थे, वो सब चीज़ पूरे कम दाम में ले लेते थे। लेकिन जब सेवा से जुड़ी ट्रेनिंग ली तब हमें पता चला कि हम पूरे बाज़ार से जुड़े, बचौटिया को निकाल के पूरे बाज़ार के जाएंगे तो हम पूरे दाम में हमें पूरे के पूरे दाम मिलेंगे। बाद में हमारा वो सेवा का एक प्रतिनिधि चुना, वो गांव-गांव में जाके किसानों को समझाता है कि क्वालिटी पसंद करता है कि कैसी क्वालिटी, जो अच्छी क्वालिटी हो तो पूरा दाम मिलते हैं। बाद में बहनों को भी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं रूढ़ी की कि कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे साफ़ सफाई करना है, कैसे पैकेजिंग करना है। तो हमारी जो सेवा में जुड़ी हुई बहन है वो उन लोगों को भी उन्हीं का गुजरान चलाने के लिए आमदनी मिलती है। बाद में मैंने फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग में बेकरी की ट्रेनिंग ली। मैं अभी बेकरी शेफ हूँ, तो बेकरी में भी अलग अलग प्रकार के कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ। पर जब बाहर बेकरी में मैदा की चीज़ मिलती है, जो मैदा हम खाते हैं तो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, तो मैं मैदे से हटाकर मैं गेहूं के आटे में से सब चीज़ बनाती हूँ। जैसे कि अलग अलग प्रकार का कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ, पाव, बन, ब्रेड, पिज़्ज़ा बेच। क्या कि ये नए जनरेशन में सब लोग बाहर के पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, तो पिज़्ज़ा बेस भी मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बनाती हूँ। और अलग अलग चॉकलेट्स भी बनाती हूँ, क्रीम रोल भी बनाती हूँ, खारी अलग अलग प्रकार से बनाती हूँ। वो सब मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बेकरी की प्रोडक्ट भी बना। पहला मेरी आमदनी बहुत कम थी। जब मैं घर में काम कर रही थी मेरे को 1000 और 1500 मिलते थे। जब मैं बेकरी सेफ हो गई तो तब मेरी आमदनी 15,000 से 18,000 मेरी हो गई है। इसीलिए सेवा इज़ ग्रेट, सेवा इज़ माई मदर।
We are talking about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, good health, good environment. Now, your health depends on nutritious food and also environment. And how to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. So now farmers don't have to worry about yield loss by migrating from conventional to organic. So they will get an equivalent yield to conventional, if not more. So what we have is this is an IP protected biofertilizer. This can be a complete replacement of urea, DAP, MOP, like all chemical fertilizers. Then we have biostimulants, tonic plus. This takes care of all the micronutrients requirement of the plant system. And then we have fungal control agent, pest control agent, practically end-to-end solutions for the farmers to switch to, I should say, bioorganic farming from conventional and get better health, better yield, and of course better return. First of all, it's a wrong concept. The small farmers has got cost issues. In my experience, a small farmer for his 1 acre of land spends more money than a large farmer because he needs to get result. His survival is only for that. So a small farmer actually usually spends more per acre than a big farmer. This is a fact, first of all. Secondly, but the problem is, big farmer has say 10 acres of land. He can still take a chance of doing a trial on 1 acre of land. But a small farmer who has only maybe 1 acre, 2 acre of land, it will be difficult for him to even do the trial. So that is the only issue we have. About the price, even a small farmer in his say conventional field, say for paddy, in South India, if we say Andhra Pradesh, a farmer for 1 acre of paddy is spending between 8 to 12,000, 15,000 even for rabi crop paddy. Ours depends on the soil condition, but it's in between 8 to 12,000 only. So in the first season anyway, we have to match their conventional cost. Our cost cannot be more. But most interestingly is, if our cost in first season is 12,000, second season it will be 10,000, third season it will be only 8,000. So our cost of production will be coming down every year. Whereas the farmers will get equivalent and more yield. Not just that, if he can get, if one can create an ecosystem where he can get a better price realization for his residue-free produce, he will be even making more money than that. So this is how the thing works. It is not about that, in one go, you suddenly see a massive result. It is not magic. So in the first season, we will guarantee you uncompromised yield. That means your yield will be not less than conventional. And you see, I'll just explain you. Well, this is the trial data done by the Tata Tea in their plantation. We are not even they had no access to the garden. This is the trial data. 2% more yield over conventional. This is cotton, the most pesticide intensive crop, cotton. This trial was done by Indocount. You see 21.5% more result. These pilots were done with social alpha in UP. In sugarcane, we are consistently giving tallest sugarcane in the village. With paddy, this Kalanamak paddy during the social alpha pilot, this person got 59 tillers. Can you believe 59 tillers? Normal tillers is 20 to 30, 40 maximum. This is paddy in Gorakhpur. And the most important thing, in most of the places, farmers report zero pest problem. This year in UP, there are major issues with sugarcane. Our canes are still standing tall. Just last week, the farmer got harvest of 450 quintal, whereas the neighbors have not even crossing 300, 350 maximum. So we have been able to increase the yield by shifting from conventional to our kind of organic. See, I mean, this company was incubated in 2020 December, but this biofertilizer was patented in 2012. We have been doing the product and protocol development from 2013 to 2020. And another anecdote I should give you, this biofertilizer is a consortium of microbes. And if you know, under the FCO order, they banned mixing of microorganisms to be called as fertilizer. So when we started using product development, protocol development, we used to distribute it as soil modulator, because it cannot be called as a fertilizer, because the moment you mix microbes, according to them, it is no longer a fertilizer. So we are already ahead of time. So in our country, sadly enough, if you are 10 years ahead of your time, it's not always a good thing. You got to pay price for it. So we are just struggling and making it acceptable to the people. It will take its own time, but we are also looking for our organic growth. So we are a result-oriented company. Today we are standing here because we started validation with AgHub. See, I mean, I got introduced to Vijay sir through, I was part of SIIC cohort, so that's how I got introduced to him. And then I realized that AgHub is doing validation. So that's why I became a part of AgHub last year. We started doing validation. And lucky enough, we got selected for BIRAC IKP Agri-Grand Challenge this year. So AgHub will be my deployment partner. So we are starting another validation this season now. So, and my association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us. Actually, the dean came and encouraged us, saying that, okay, you are doing a great thing because you're promoting chemical-free agriculture. So one thing is good about AgHub and this PGTSU is in other incubations I'm part of, they are not agriculture specific. Like SIIC has everything. So I'm a small factor over there. Here is only agriculture. All we see around is other friends were like me with a lot of passion doing something related to agriculture. So even today in the session, I expressed my wish that, some of our startups can do a combined project together in PGTSU so that it becomes an ideal model. Like TraceX, Madhur Drones. TraceX identifies, use our solution, Madhur Drones implements. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, Seva markets. Just imagine. If we can create an ecosystem and a model, even in AgHub with PGTSU's land, next event you have like that, you take the dignitaries to one plot where 4 or 5 startups have collaborated. So this is possible in AgHub because with Kalpana ma'am and Vijay, they are both very dynamic people. They are very open people. And they're very focused on agriculture. They both know the realities, ground realities, academia very well.
So I think this is a very, very win-win situation for a, what should I say, a startup like us who are more scientifically oriented. So we are getting that kind of a support, and we are looking forward to more meaningful, relationship with AGHAP.
We are the manufacturing of biofertilizers and biofungicides and bionemaicides and all other sustainable agri inputs. And we are also collaborated with IFCO, and recognition is IKP and BIRAC and something IFCO and Coffee Board in Bangalore. And we are also our main vision is to farmers to encourage the agriculture inputs, means like sustainable agriculture, and we are also manufacturing of like biofertilizers like NPK, like we are using bio like a nitrogen fixing bacteria and phosphorus solving bacteria and Pseudomonas and Bacillus, and we are taking technologies from ICR, IHR and UHS Bagalkot and NBAR and IFCO. These are technologies, and we are also some products we are taken from Italy, like micronutrients like zinc, boron, sulfur and ferrous, like that. And also we are working on molecular works and bioherbicides.
Sadhanaran Reddy. I'm a product training manager in Country Chicken Co. So Country Chicken is India lone first retail outdoor store in Hyderabad start chesam. So present Hyderabad lo 4 stores unnai. So one is Pragati Nagar and KPHP Colony and Dilshik Nagar Kottapet and Manikonda 4 stores. So we are soonly, as soon as possible, remaining within 2 months lo 8 stores plan చేస్తున్నాం సిటీలో. సో సిటీలో టోటల్ వచ్చి 12 స్టోర్స్ ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో దాంతోపాటు మాకు ఎంటైర్ సౌత్ ఇండియాలో 15,000+ మాకు ఫార్మర్స్ టైప్ ఉన్నారనమాట. సో ఫార్మర్స్కి ఏమంటే చిక్స్ ఇస్తాం, మేము ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ చేపిస్తాం అండ్ మళ్ళీ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తాం. ఫార్మర్స్కి ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ బయటకి మార్కెట్లోకి వెళ్ళి సేల్ చేసుకోలేరు కాబట్టి సో ఫార్మర్కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తూ సో మేము ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ చేసుకుంటూ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తున్నాం అనమాట. సో అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మా స్టోర్స్లో అన్నీ వచ్చేమంటే 0 ఫుల్ స్మెల్లింగ్ ఉంటుంది. స్టోర్స్లో స్మెల్ అనేది ఉండదు. మా దగ్గర ఓన్లీ కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ బ్రౌన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్ అండ్ కంట్రీ చికెన్ పికిల్స్ మట్టుకే సేల్ చేస్తాం అనమాట. ఐహబ్ మాకు బాగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఐహబ్ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, ఐకార్ ఒకటి సపోర్ట్ మాతో చేస్తుంది, ఎన్ఆర్సీఎం మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో మేము యాజ్ సూన్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్ విత్ ఇన్ విత్ మే ఎండింగ్ లోపల వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ టు ద పాన్ ఇండియా. సో గో ఫర్ ఫస్ట్ బెంగళూరు మేము ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఎంటైర్ ఇన్ పాన్ ఇండియాలో మేము స్టోర్స్ అన్ని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని, ప్రీమియం స్టోర్స్ అని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని చేస్తున్నాము.
ఇక్కడ how many of you feel that you have to work day in and day out to be successful? పిచ్చోళ్ళ కష్టపడాలి అని ఇంతమందికి అనిపిస్తుంది? పర్లేదు చెప్పండి. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఐ ఫీల్ బ్లెస్ దాట్ నేను ఇప్పటివరకు ఐ డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఒక్కరోజు కూడా కష్టపడినా అని. ఇట్స్ బీన్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫన్ జర్నీ. నాకు తిండి గుర్తుండదు, ఆకలేది. ఐ లవ్ మై వర్క్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఏంది? సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అంటే ఏంది? డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సంథింగ్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ వాంట్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్, ద కీ టు దాట్ ఇస్ టు నాట్ వర్క్ ఎవ్రీ డే, టు హ్యావ్ ఫన్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డే. చేసే ప్రతి పనిలో వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఫన్, దట్స్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ దట్ యూ కెన్ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్. And I was blessed ki I got to have such a thing. ఎలా అయింది అది? మీలానే కాలేజ్లో ఉండే చూస్తుండే. అండ్ వెన్ కమింగ్ టు కాలేజ్ అండ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్, ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే అన్నీ ఓవర్ నైట్ అయిపోవాలి. రిలేషన్ 1 night స్టాండ్, ఒకవేళ ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనుకో 1 night స్టాండ్, ఏదన్నా 1 night. దట్స్ నాట్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ, దట్స్ ది ఎగ్జాక్ట్ అపోజిట్ ఆఫ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ అది ఏమన్నా పోయింది, బీయింగ్ 1 night అండ్ బీయింగ్ కూల్, అది పోయింది. నౌ వాట్స్ కూల్, యు నో, బీయింగ్ సంథింగ్ అ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ థింగ్, డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఫర్ ద లాంగ్ టర్మ్. ఇప్పుడు టెంపరీ ఫన్ వస్తుంది, బట్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ అందరు కలిసి గ్రో అవ్వాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సపోర్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇలా నేను మాట్లాడగలుగుతున్నానంటే బ్యాక్ వెన్ వాజ్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్, అప్పుడు నన్ను ఎవరో పట్టుకొని పర్లేదు మాట్లాడని నెట్టుంటారు కదా, అది ఎవరు? నా ఫ్రెండే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెన్ యూ కమ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్, ఐ మీన్ పుష్ ఈచ్ అదర్, అప్పుడే కదా ఆ లెవెల్లో గ్రో అవుతారు మీరు. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అయితే ఏం చేయాలి? యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రో టుగెదర్ సస్టైనబిలీ. And now in 2020s, we are realizing the importance of eating organic. And ఆర్గానిక్గా తినడానికి చూస్తున్నాము. బట్ వెజిటబుల్స్ గురించి అంత ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది నాన్ వెజ్ తింటారు? ఓ వావ్, పక్కా హైదరాబాద్ అనిపిస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు. ఎంతమంది నాటుకోడి తింటారు? awesome. So back when ఇన్ని ఒక 40-50 yearsగా we understood the importance of organic and we are eating organic. బట్ మన చికెన్ తింటున్నాము, రైట్? చాలా ఇష్టంగా తింటాము, KFC కానీ ఏదైనా ఇలా తింటాము. బట్ ఆర్ వి క్వశ్చనింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, ఇస్ దట్ ద రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ చికెన్? అది ఆర్గానిక్కా కాదా అని. ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎందుకు పెరిగింది? నార్మల్ ఒక నాటుకోడి పెరగడానికి 120 days పడుతుంది, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం తినే వైట్ కోడి, ఇట్స్ బీయింగ్ గ్రోన్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అ స్పాన్ ఆఫ్ 30 days. 120 ఎక్కడ, 30 ఎక్కడ? ద హ్యూజ్ డిఫరెన్స్, రైట్? సో దట్స్ వాట్ వీఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు రెవల్యూషనైజ్ ఓవర్ హియర్. మెనీ థింగ్స్ దట్ వీ డూ టుడే ఆర్ నాట్ హెడెడ్ ఇన్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ డైరెక్షన్. ఎప్పుడైతే ఐ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్, ఏదైతే బెనిఫిట్స్ కనిపించాయో, వెన్ ఐ సా ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్, ఐ వాజ్ రియలీ టేకెన్ అ బ్యాక్. అండ్ ఏ వేలో అయితే మనం ఇప్పుడు చికెన్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తున్నామో అండ్ వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, వెన్ ఐ థరోలీ అండర్స్టూడ్ దాట్, ఐ డిసైడెడ్ టు డూ సంథింగ్ అబౌట్ దిస్. అండ్ దట్స్ వెన్ వి స్టార్టెడ్ రెవల్యూషనైజింగ్ ది చికెన్ కన్జంప్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా. And here we have taken few initial steps and we are growing further. If we see, ఇవాళ మనం సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం, అండ్ హియర్ ఇట్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ వర్సెస్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ అనేది I've saw it somewhere. But the reality is, sustainable growth and profitability, it's not reverse. Everything, business antene profitability, yes or no? And sustainable growth and profitability, sustainable growth లోనే ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ ఉంది. Sustainability is one thing that's present in our lifestyle. మనం నమ్మి మనం చేసేటిది. It's not just about the business that we do or the idea that we have, but it's a kind of life that we want to live. And when we have that thought process, whatever we touch, whatever we do, it will translate into the same thing. It's my genuine experience. When I met Vijay sir, AGAP CEO, when I met Kalpana Shastri ma'am, the kind of work that they are doing, ఈ వేళ మాకంటే ఘోరంగా కష్టపడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు అసలు అనుకోలే ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో కష్టపడుతూ పనిచేస్తారని, ఎప్పుడు అంటే ఆ పిచ్చితో పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. వెన్ ఐ మెట్ దిస్ పీపుల్, ఇట్ వాస్ టోటలీ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్. అండ్ ఐ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ గైస్ ఆర్ రియలీ లక్కీ. If you really want to have fun every day of your life, I strongly suggest you to pursue your entrepreneurial spirit. ఏదైతే మీకు స్టార్ట్ చేయాలందో, when you have to do something of your own, you have to channelize your energy in that direction. And ఇక్కడ మీకు channelize చేసుకోవడానికి you have the best of best resources available. After starting my journey, ఒక 1 year తర్వాత I'm at AGAP. But you have that opportunity even before starting. మీరు జస్ట్ ఒక స్టెప్ ఇలా ముందటికి ఇస్తున్నా అంటే దే ఆర్ ప్రెజెంట్ విత్ యూ. దట్స్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్, అండ్ దట్ కెన్ టోటలీ చేంజ్ ది అవుట్కమ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ లైక్ టు డూ. The best thing that I got in college was exposure. ఇప్పుడు పీపుల్ మే ఫీల్, ఆర్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ అస్, ఈ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో ఉండి వీ కెన్ ఫీల్ దాట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ పర్స్యూ యువర్ entrepreneurial journey, we will be deviating from our studies, or it will affect the kind of job opportunities that we want, or anything like that. But the reality is, ఇప్పుడు మీ దగ్గర ఒక జాబ్ చేసే సత్తా ఉంది. సెకండ్, యూ హ్యావ్ అ పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ గివింగ్ 100 jobs to people. దీంట్లో రెండిట్లో ఏది బెటర్? ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక కంపెనీ మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా, వాట్ విల్ దే సీ? మీ దగ్గర మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళు వెళ్ళి వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫైన్, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ఇంకొక 100 మందితో పని చేపిస్తూ ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంటే, విచ్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇస్ బెటర్? సెకండ్ వన్, రైట్? అండ్ దట్స్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ దట్ యూఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ కాలేజ్ డేస్. నేను ఆ కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే స్టార్టెడ్ మై ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మాత్రమే వట్టి చదివిన, సెకండ్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కంప్లీట్గా స్టార్టెడ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ఆల్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీస్. And the business that you're seeing now, my age is 25, and this is my 6th business. This being the 6th business, how it did happen? Because I started early. I got the chances to do mistakes from my college life itself. And adi mottam growth change ayindi. And that's exactly the kind of opportunity you got. And always remember, sustainability over here is not just a choice, but it has become a mandate over here. And it's not just a way of seeing the future, but it's a way of living our entire life. Okay, so I want you all who are present over here to not just listen and gurtupatti marchipovam kaadu. I also want you to inspire others. Share the things that you received from here, share it on social media. కావాలంటే నన్ను ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, కంటే చికెన్ కొని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, యాగబ్ని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి. దట్స్ ది వే పీపుల్ విల్ నో దట్ యూఆర్ ఆన్ టు సంథింగ్.
She is the chairman and the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park, and she's developed the first life science research park in India in Hyderabad, and she's pioneered a hardware product incubator and makerspace IKP Eden in Bangalore, and she works with Indian and global partners to nurture and fund over 700 innovation projects and early startups. Such a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. You've been my favorite for a really long time, along with Dr. Kalpana, of course. And she's actually always been a woman achiever for me. And she has also got this recognition in 2017 by Asia One Business magazine, and Woman of the Decade in Life Sciences, well deserved. And after brief stints as an engineering faculty at BITS Pilani, she took over the freelance science writer for children, but I think it's her passion towards research and looking at innovation and getting innovation to the market space is something that drives her presence and her work throughout. She's just returned from a sojourn in Sikkim. So over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And while we have her here today, she's going to be talking about navigating innovation, maze in life sciences, and agri-food technology basket. Over to you, Dr. Dipan.
Think 20 platform and Dr. Tadas is here. I don't see Kalpana, but I'm sure we can discuss this with Kalpana. What would be that communique at the end of our presidency, and what does agriculture, the task force 6 of Think 20 would talk about? Is there anything through this sideline event that can go into building that communique? I thought if we have to talk of agri-food systems, 5 or 6 things come to my mind. One is the dichotomy between the aspiration of producers versus needs of consumers. Consumers need good quality food and agri-products at affordable prices. Producers, farmers, they want their products to be profitable. So there is this inherent dichotomy that can startups and innovation solve a problem like this. The second thing that strikes me is demographics. You know, I was reading a paper and I see that in UK, for every farmer of 40 years age, there are 3 farmers that are of age 65, which means, and there are other data, I'm not going to get into those data. I don't have the Indian data though. And that basically says that is agriculture on the whole an aging industry. When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? In India, of course, we know probably that's still not true. There are a lot of people in agriculture, but is it by choice or because there are no other opportunities available to them? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? The third thing that strikes me is that the environmental concerns, huge climate change concerns and so on and so forth, and the economics and profit that drives agriculture and livestock farming and so on and so forth. Where is the balance? Can innovation bring in that balance? Through technology, through new ways of looking into it, can we actually bring about a balance? And I was seeing that in the, actually industrial farm pollution is a large issue and a large problem. When I say industrial farm pollution, I can give you an example, and I'm not only talking of India because this is a G20 sideline event, I'll talk of the member states also. Spain, there's data that the pig manure that comes from all industries actually contributes to 50% of their land and water pollution. That is huge. So how do we deal with industrial farm pollution? I saw technology that there is this for poultry, there's a raking system that they've made, I don't remember the name of the startup, which basically is churning the soil so that, and it's done every day, so that the excreta gets mixed, and after 45 days, he said, they'll change the soil. So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms. Environmental concerns, of course, everyone has talked about. I'm not going to deal with that. But the other thing that really bothers me, or when I was reading, it's bothering me, because we deal with innovations, and when we deal with innovations, we very well know the position of India in the Global Innovation Index, and Mr. Ragnekar referred to it. We are 40, in 2022 we are ranked 40. A startup Blink index for startup, as a startup index, India is ranked 19th. So it means that we are more entrepreneurial than innovators. In SDG, Indian 2022 rank is 121. Where is the problem? Does it mean that SDG, because we are talking of reach to SDGs, how do we actually, through innovation and this maze of innovation that the topic I've been given, how do we say that, how do we reconcile with the fact that we are 19th in startup ranking and 121 in SDG ranking? Does it mean that startups and innovations have nothing to do with SDGs? It just lies with the government to have, it's completely policy driven? Or is it that the innovation community and the startup community is not talking to the policymakers to make this happen? Is there a way? I think what Mr. Ragnekar spoke about, AgriStack, is a great way to help, because I know how financial inclusion has changed our ranking. And this is not about ranking, this is about well-being. Ranking is just to say where India is positioned vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, again, our G20 nations, in SDGs, some of the top 1, 2, 3 are all, I think, Sweden, Finland, and some others. We are 120. I have to ask, of all the nations, have we mapped where the SDGs are? And India, I think the focus, I was reading a Niti Aayog report, our focus, except for the three SDGs, we are there, we are mapping state by state all the SDG goals. Where are we slipping? Where are we not able to cope up? Is there a concerted effort to bring startups and innovations through, because agriculture is a focus area here, so agriculture and sustainability, can we actually see how we can impact SDG through innovations in agri-food systems and sustainability? If we cannot do that, we will completely fail in saying that India is a startup nation. We are third in terms of number of startups. What are these startups doing if you cannot impact life? Because SDG is one of the acknowledged ways of measuring how we are doing as a nation in terms of providing all citizens the benefits of development. If we are unable to link innovation and our startup ecosystem to SDGs, we would fail. So what I've done through this little bit of talk is to raise questions. The idea is not to be talking about IKP or what we do or what we have done. The purpose for me today is to raise questions about what we can do to work with our innovation ecosystem to make agri-food systems, sustainability, and SDGs, these three things that have been the topic of our conversation today. How do we bring in startups into it. I am aware of at least 30 or 40 startups working in these areas. Is that a good number? We spoke of 3,000 startups in the agri-food systems in India. And Dr. Chintala mentioned 50 of them are doing good. The rest of them are 1 to 2 crores of revenue. It's not about revenue. It is about the impact that you are able to make. And my question would be, I would map all those 50 that are really doing well and try to map them to SDGs and see whether there is an impact that is possible. I'm not going to take more time because I know there are startups in this session who would actually tell you about what impact they're doing in terms of agri-food system. And I see Manoj sitting here. So we would hear from them. Absolute is here, Shivam. But it's important to understand that the link between innovators in the agri-food system and SDGs. And if we can do a good mapping before our maybe the September communique or when we hand over the presidency, if there is a way to bring out a report on this, I'm not saying it's about where India stands and what we can do as kind of policy references for all the G20 member states. It varies a lot, but I think we need to talk about innovation and agri-food systems and what are the best practices.
My attention the most, being a part of the startup ecosystem, was looking at measuring the impact of startups to the SDG goals, especially when they have managed to come to a stage of being able to sustain themselves. How are they really impacting? I think that would be a great metric. So for all the ecosystem enablers out here, probably that could be another parameter that we add. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanvita. Could I share a token of my affection for you?
Let me take this honor to introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Arvind Kumar, EDG CRISAT, who is going to be talking on aligning ourselves to SDGs. The CRISAT's approach, I request the guest of honor to kindly speak on this. But before this, I also would like to introduce his profile. Dr. Arvind Kumar is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. His area of expertise includes climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics, trait development, disease management, policy, agribusiness, market linkages, and capacity development of ICRISAT mandated crops. So I would request you to kindly enlighten the audience with your insights. Over to you, sir.
Bringing ICRISAT to this discussion. And I am certainly benefited from the talk that Dr. Chintala just delivered. But now let's move on to ascertain where we are. These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, how we are doing. We said this in 2015, we said that we achieve it by 2030, where we are. And we have only probably 7 more years to left that we should say that we have achieved this, and I don't think that we are there. So that's what I feel, that that genuinely we have to make more efforts than what we have put in over years to achieve these SDGs goals. Now, as an institute, ICRISAT keeps on working towards improving poverty and hunger, reducing poverty and hunger, reducing malnutrition, also reducing environmental degradation, and also we work towards the women empowerment. And in fact, but still, we have a long way to go, and what the statement that I made with the previous slide itself shows that, there are still 71 million people, who get into the extreme poverty because of the COVID-19. And also, a large part of them are in Southern Asia, 32 million, and in fact also in the sub-Saharan Africa. The same is our scenario with the malnutrition. 381 million malnourished people in Asia and 250 million malnourished people in the Africa. Now the effect of climate change, everybody talks, and we know what's happening. We felt it last week. Untimely rains devastated our crops, and those things will keep on happening. And so the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood, and in fact, I never realized till I had discussion with the soil people that climate change is also affecting the soil structure, the soil properties. And so I don't know where we are going, and unless we start taking some remedial measures, I think we will have a lot of problem. ICRISAT do work towards the women empowerment, reduce gender inequality, and also empower them. We talk of equity, just not equality, but we talk of equity, provide equal opportunity to everybody, and that's where we work. Very quickly, so where we are now, if we talk of these two goals, SDGs goals, the no poverty and zero hunger, ICRISAT approach is we develop improved varieties, the high-yielding varieties. And many of you know that we work for the dryland, so our crops are the legumes and the millets. And in fact, we promote sustainable intensification, and also we build agri-businesses and integration of the social dimensions. And in fact, there are several examples. Examples are in the legumes, where we have developed somewhere around 239 varieties, improved varieties. We have which covered around 4 million hectares area, and in fact we did work towards developing the new seed, 380,000 tons of certified seed, and 6.1 million tons of grain legumes was produced. Now similar efforts have been made towards the millet also, and since we are celebrating the International Year of Millet in 2023, I do want to say a few things about the millet. Everybody says millets are climate resilient. Millets can be grown in the drought-prone environment. And I always argue then by saying that we are pushing millets to that corner, that you are there suitable for that area where nothing can be grown. And then when we push millet there, and when we say that, okay, we should be producing more millet, then we talk about that millet is not profitable. Now you push some crops in the corner, and when it comes to comparing the profitability, you compare it with rice and wheat, where you provide 4,000 liters of water for each kg of the rice that is produced. You provide nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, and then you compare it with the millet. So my request would be that give millet the place, the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future. Now, we do work towards the water management, and in fact, we have worked with many of the micro watershed projects, and in fact, in the span of 4 or 5 years, we have, especially in the Bundelkhand, we have demonstrated that working on the watershed projects, we can enhance the farmers' income. The next one is towards the zero hunger, and in fact, we developed the improved varieties for the millets. Examples are the Dhan Shakti examples for the pearl millet, examples are the Prabhani Shakti. We have recently developed the high oleic acid varieties for the groundnut. And in fact, we do work very extensively even in Telangana towards the ready-to-eat meals and snacks for the tribal women. And in fact, we have launched joint program with the Department of Tribal Welfare Telangana, and in fact there has been a large number of beneficiaries. And in fact, we do also address the hidden hunger in Africa, and in fact we have worked in that part of the world also with the women. Now very quickly moving to the climate change. We all know what is happening with the climate change, especially with the environmental degradation. I don't know how many of us have realized that our soil's organic matter and organic carbon is drastically decreasing. And if we continue with the same agriculture practices that we have been doing over last 60 years, for which we all feel proud of, that India achieved the food security, but we should also feel that, at what cost, at what amount of water that we are using, how much we have worked and devastated our soil health, and in fact, in turn, our own health. So it is high time, and we work towards both water. I put an example from the Bundelkhand, but there are several examples also from Ethiopia, where we have improved the water availability to the crop. And I tell you, the Bundelkhand, where we receive only 400 to somewhere around 800 mm of rainfall, this is an excellent example where the number of families who run away from cultivating agriculture have returned back. And in fact, now they are very happily cultivating the land. Overall, we have worked somewhere around improved 72 million hectares area. And in fact, that has come into the double cropping. And the reduction in loss has been 30 to 60%. Moving to the next one. No? Okay. I said we do work towards the gender equality, in fact, also. And in fact, we have reclaimed lands in the Niger. And in fact, this has been done very nicely by the women. In fact, women, they own 200 meters square of the land. And in fact, they made income which was equivalent to income that the men farmers make from 1 hectare of the land. We do promote women in the agribusiness, train tribal women in many of the programs, including that in Telangana. And in fact, we also work towards addressing the hidden hunger. Now, moving to our work in digital agriculture, which addresses many of the SDGs. In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India. And in fact, this is a mobile app, and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups. And in fact, it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants. And in fact, now this is available in 18 languages. And more than this has had, as of now, more than 15 million downloads. We do use GIS and remote sensing in addressing the problem of agriculture. In fact, whether this is moving towards the insurance, whether this is moving towards identifying that, which are the areas where the second crop could be achieved. The next one is towards the gender diversity. In fact, the genetic diversity. Many of you know that ICRISAT maintains a huge gene bank. We have somewhere around 129,000 germplasm mutations, and in fact, we have effectively used it. More than 1.5 million samples have been shared with the number of stakeholders, and number of varieties has been developed. In fact, this gene bank is an important source of building resilience against the climate change. So overall, ICRISAT have addressed largely, we work towards the SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, but also the partnership, but also the gender. And in fact, we have developed many of the varieties in the pigeon pea, which has resulted in 80% rise in farmers' income in Africa. And also, there has been one Malawi seed industry development project, which resulted in 5.7 million annually from seed and grain sales. And in fact, also examples are the watershed project in Karnataka that benefited somewhere around 4.7 million farmers. There is one technology that we introduced in Africa, which is microdosing, that help farmers to get 30% increase in yield. And more than 40 varieties and hybrids of legumes which are released in Africa are under cultivation as of now. With this, once again, thanks to Dr. Kalpana and all those who are with the involved with the organization of this event, and also good to be here at PJTSAU once more. Thank you very much.
May I have this opportunity to introduce the next key speaker, Dr. Jia Chintala, who is going to deliver the keynote address on investing in sustainable tomorrow. So honestly, I have no words to describe you, given your professional endeavors and also your personality. Thanks to all your support to AgHub, you've always been there. But as a formality, I would deliver. Dr. Jia Chintala was the former chairman of NABARD. He has a vast experience of 35 plus years. His initiatives include digitization of world's largest microfinance program under Project E-Shakti, roadmap for amalgamation of regional rural banks, promoting and nurturing FPOs, livelihood enterprise development programs, area development schemes, and alternative energy models. Over to you, sir. I request you to kindly come over and deliver the speech to the audience. Thank you.
There is quite a lot of things that are happening in the entire agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing? And what are the issues really that are plaguing, and how actually the new economy, particularly the startup kind of a thing, is shaping up the Indian agriculture. So with this, I would like to start my speech. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri G.A. Tadas, Fellow and also T20 Engagement Group, Sri Gareth Wine Owen from High Commission of Britain, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Madam Kalpana Shastri, and all others who are there in the audience, and my dear alma mater students. I belong to this university. When it was an undivided university, actually I am a student and alumni of this university, and I studied at Bapatla, then subsequently I went to IRA, then from there to NABARD, and in NABARD actually I was there in almost all places, and finally as a chairman I was there. And that time actually, that when we are thinking of doing something for that new agricultural scenario that is going to happen, that's where this incubation center idea, which was already floating in the university, has come. Because before that, actually in 3 or 4 universities, NABARD had given these incubation centers, and Telangana Agriculture University, which is again my alma mater, actually they are requesting me, since you became chairman of NABARD, why can't you give something to your university? So we thought that actually it is best thing is to pay my gratitude to my alma mater. We gave that grant to AgHub. And also subsequently we gave quite a lot of a catalytic capital also to this one, because one is AgHub is nothing but a kind of ecosystem builder, actually, where you have created a kind of an infra, and you have staff, you have the mentors, you have people who are doing this thing. But at the same time, when a particular enterprise graduates to a particular little bit of a marketable kind of an enterprise, actually you require capital. So for that, actually you require either angel investors, venture capitalists, or the debt givers, or anyone, and at the same time you should need something else, because many a time the bankers still have got a kind of their apprehensions, because banks' money has to be collected back with interest. Actually, that is what the basic banking is. But in case of a developmental financial institution, actually we have a particular scheme where a part of our profit we will put it into this kind of a ventures and see that the ecosystems develop a lot. So that is how this whole of this thing has started. So now we are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world. Now here I just want to see, because my topic is investing in a sustainable tomorrow. Actually now the topic is very, very innovative, because unless you invest today, you just can't live in tomorrow, because you can't graduate to the tomorrow. So that's why that investing in a sustainable tomorrow is a very, very important topic. So here I just made, actually that I thought that I may have to deliver a lecture of 1 or 2 hours. So I just prepared, because we generally deliver lectures in such a kind of elaborate things. So first I just thought that, okay, I will try to do a thing as to how this entire ecosystem is getting nurtured. That is, the investments are happening for a sustainable tomorrow. Just take of this SDGs, actually that sustainable development goals. Actually we are there in this development banking for the past 35 years. My entire career spanned there. Actually that there are quite a lot of goals. Earlier it used to be Millennium Development Goals, graduate into the Sustainable Development Goals. Now you just look into this SDGs or anything, they are nothing but the universal truths. Every citizen of the world should have an access to the good drinking water, he should have good food, he should have access to nutrition, access to education, access to employment. There should be a kind of a little bit, no damage to the environment, and underwater kind of a thing. That is the thing in the marine life, everything has to be protected. These are all the universal truths on which actually we are all working. But really how far we are able to do this kind of a thing. Now take the case of human dignities, take the case of the livelihoods, take the case of depredation, take the case of throwing back the people into the poverty because of pandemic or some other kind of a thing. Actually, these are all the things which we may have to think a bit about it. And at the same time, the primary occupation of the world, and particularly in India, where 70% of the people still reside in villages, and almost 50% of the people depending on agriculture, whether we are investing for their sustainable tomorrow. Now this is the thing which probably we all may have to ponder, as I say that quite a lot of a damage is happening to the natural capital that is available to us, to the people in the world. Natural capital is nothing but the clean environment, very good agroclimatic situations, and also the soil and water resources, which are the basic things for this entire natural thing. But what exactly is happening with this kind of a natural capital? Over a period of time, actually this natural capital is getting degraded. Fragmentation is, I'm not talking about, because fragmentation is another part of the economy, economic kind of an issue. But thing is, the normal soil which we are cultivating for the past millions of years, particularly in the last 70 years, actually we have done quite a lot of a damage by putting so much of an unwanted quantities of fertilizer. I am not saying that fertilizer should not be used, but when it is not required also we try to put it. Likewise, unwanted amount of the pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, they are all creating a kind of a damage to this natural soil asset, that is the soil. And what about the water resources? Now many places we are just tampering with the entire ecology. We are just denuding the forests. Most of the hills are getting crushed for the granite and other kind of things, and in the process the natural water courses are getting almost dried up, and in the process actually we are not having access to the water for irrigation and all those things. Then what exactly we are doing to do this kind of a thing? to just ameliorate this kind of a situation. Now, quite a lot of things are happening all over the world. Everybody is talking very loudly as to what we should do. Now, this natural capital has to be restored. If somebody is calling it as a regenerative agriculture, that is a very narrow term, I'll say. But thing is actually rejuvenation of this entire thing. The ecosystem is the thing which we have to talk about. So, if that is the case, what exactly the investments that are required for this kind of a regeneration of the things, ecosystem? Now, who is going to put this kind of a investments? Now, many times, it's very easy to talk. Actually, everybody tells about, actually, we should do this, we should do this, we should. But thing is, who is going to bell the cat? Public sector, private sector, governmental, non-governmental, and also as a citizens, actually, we all have a role to play in this kind of a thing. Now, I just like to see that really what exactly is the ecosystem rebuilding. Take the case of water scarcity. Now, if you just look into the statistics, in 1950s or 1960s, before the Green Revolution started, in Punjab, the water table was just around 5 feet. Now, today it is 1,000 feet depth. Likewise, whether it is in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Punjab, everywhere, actually, the situation is same. Because before Green Revolution, none of us were extracting the groundwater the way we are extracting today. The new motors, the submersible pump sets, free power, and everything is really causing enormous kind of a thing. Acceleration to this kind of an exploitation of the natural resource. So the natural capital of the groundwater is getting depleted. Then what about the soil? We are putting very heavy machinery on the soil when it is not required. Most of the animal power has been dispensed with. Actually, then we are not adding the organic manure. And at the same time, we have done away with all the kinds of good agricultural practices. And we started doing 2 tons of a farm-aid manure. That's why actually they are also not interested. So now, are we doing enough to restore this kind of a system? To restore the soils, to do the things. So then, what kind of a things which we have to do here? Then the next one is, whether is there any kind of a resilience thinking on our part? Now, actually, that resilient agriculture, resilient ecosystem is a very common thing which we talk about. But thing is, what is the resilience thinking which we are all thinking about? Because today, everywhere you just take any document, whether it is in the banking, United Nations, or for that matter, any kind of a documents which you take, everybody talks very loudly actually that ESG, ESG, ESG. What exactly ESG and how many are adapting to this kind of ESG? Environmental, social and governance kind of a standards have become a kind of a norm. That's what everybody says that people have to adopt it, though it is voluntary. Now many times people are writing that kind of we are adopting the ESG, but thing is what kind of a compliances which we are having, and really what kind of a cost actually people are incurring on this kind of ESG compliances. And thing is, what the investors are looking at it, because I being a banker for the past 35 years and also headed a $100 billion bank with almost $1 billion of profit. Actually, I know really what exactly the investors look into it whenever I speak about the ESG. Now, actually, that when I look into that investing for this sustainable tomorrow, most of the investors, actually, whenever somebody is going for that raising money from abroad, they say that actually, what are your ESG norms? Because now nobody wants to have a very short-term kind of a returns. Everybody says that the enterprise which you are creating should be a very, very long-term, and it should deliver goods to the people without damaging the environment on a sustainable basis. So if that is the case, that ESG norms have become almost mandatory, though actually it is voluntary for the time being. So now, are we really looking into the ESG norms very sincerely and also in a very deep kind of a thing? That also which we have to do it. Then the next one is that what exactly, that is who is going to make this entire thing viable, because maybe Act 2, that is the system, that is the ecosystem, because ultimately I say that the money is the one which makes man move. Likewise, the money is the one which makes everything to work. So if that is the case, somebody has to invest in making this entire system very sustainable. So then actually who is this somebody? And what kind of a systems actually have been created? and what measures the government of India and also state governments are taking, and what systems actually the institutions like NABARD and others have put in place to do this kind of a thing. Now, I just like to look into it. Probably many of you, though you may be students, you may not be looking into that credit part of agriculture. If I just reel out a little bit of a stats, I'll say that in 1950s, India was producing just 50 million tons of food grains and less than 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables, and hardly any kind of a sugar, and oil seeds and everything was a scarcity. Milk was almost abysmal quantity, but in the last 70-75 years, actually we have done wonders. Today we are producing close to 215 million tons of food grains, close to around 250 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 million tons of milk, and 15 million bales of cotton, and oil seeds actually not self-sufficient but still very reasonable. Likewise, meat and other things actually we are producing. But when doing all these things, what exactly is the trigger for this kind of a thing? Actually, if you look into it, in 1950s, 60s, and even 70s also, early 70s, the credit from the institutions was almost nil. Only the cooperative banks used to be the sole kind of a credit purveyors to the agriculture, and they had very limited resources. And in 2000, if I take the statistics, in 2000 to 2022, if I really look into the statistics, in 2001, entire credit given to the agriculture, including allied sector, was just 56,000 crores, which is equivalent to close to around $7 billion as on date. But right now, we are giving $200 billion as the agricultural credit. That is close to around 18 lakh crores. So now, when I look into it, really how this 18 lakh crores is going to the farmers, because Government of India has come out with a system of subventing the interest rates. Actually now, any farmer in the country is getting loan at 4% up to 3 lakh rupees. So that is the biggest thing. Actually, somebody is investing. I told that actually who has to invest? You see the government, which is doing quite a lot, but at the same time, the beneficiaries are everyone in this country. Then the next one is with regard to the various schemes the Government of India has come out, with regard to the food processing, with regard to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, with regard to the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure. Then as a kind of a safety net, we have a PMFSBY, and we have so many other kinds of things. So everything is being invested by the government and the public sector. And at the same time, there are so many institutions, including institutions like NABARD, who are the agents for the United Nations Fund for the Climate Change. Actually, we have done quite a lot of work in initiating these climate change projects. Today, whether we like or not, climate change is real. Now we have reached a 1.5 degrees centigrade, and by 2040 it is going to be a norm, and the moment it is going to be the norm, actually your entire cropping system is undergoing a change. Now take the case of hailstorm and rains during this period of time, which is unexpected and which is damaging the entire orchard crops, likewise the normal crops. Likewise, actually we are having droughts, we are having very incessant rains when it is not required, and there is a lot of runoff, and all these things are happening. We need to tackle this climate change in a very big way. The other thing that is happening, actually, when we are looking into the climate change projects and actually financing it, we found that excessive drawing of groundwater, particularly in the coastal areas, because we are having very long coastline in the entire country, actually there is an incursion of seawater into the entire soil, and that again making the soil water as saline. So now these are all the issues which we have to look into it. So when I am looking into these things, actually that what kind of investments actually we require to do in this kind of a thing, because for investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure. And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investment